A suicidal religion. Faiths. Let's resolve together the issues that plague the world for an even faster development of the human race. End goal. Hashtag immortality. Hashtag global peace. Hashtag love. Hashtag truth. Hashtag advanced society. Non-fiction. Written by Sallow Man. Copyright 2023, copyright 1-12323087121. Table of Contents. Chapter 1, Psychology to Religion. Chapter 2, Religions Create War. Chapter 3, Hypocrisy to Religion. Chapter 4, Religions, History. Chapter 5, Man-Made Contradictions. Chapter 6, Suicidal Devotion to Faith. Chapter 7, Religion versus Science. Chapter 8, Universal God versus Religious God. Chapter 9, Prophecies of the Future. Chapter 10, The Will for Peace. Introduction. Let us delve into the suicidal devotion of humans to their religions, primarily focusing on my birth faith Judaism and the originator of the Abrahamic faiths that lead the way to the formation of two other Abrahamic religions with a calculated 3.8 billion followers total globally. As a believer of peace, it is important for me to remain impartial and objective when discussing sensitive topics like religion. Therefore, I must emphasize that Judaism, like any religion, are diverse opinions and interpretations on many topics, including the relationship between Jews and non-Jews. It is from religious abuse that I write this book. In my opinion, a democracy allowing religious practice is a democracy allowing for continued abuse both psychological and/or physically between faiths and within faiths. After thorough research, this is my understanding of the structures that have been at play during our existence passed unto us by our limited ancestors, and is focused on detaching from the outdated to the updated. I write this literature in order to resolve the religious crisis that has plagued humanity since the founding of religions from the eras based on superstitions from the dark arts. It is everyone's obligation to take action towards a life of complete bliss. It is also important for me to note, any religious practice that entails abuse either physically or mentally or that creates a divide between peoples and nations, is guaranteed proof it is flawed and erred. Causing a diversion wasted on hocus-pocus rituals instead of a focus on the advancements of the sciences that will lead us to the ultimate evolution of immortality is the worst crime to humanity. Chapter 1, Psychology to Religion. The origin of religions is a topic of much debate and speculation among scholars, theologians, and believers. Many theories have been proposed to explain the emergence of religion, and there is likely no one definitive answer. One theory is that religion arose out of a need to explain the natural world and the forces that shape it. Early humans may have observed the patterns of the natural world and come to believe in supernatural entities that controlled those patterns. As societies became more complex, religion also served a social function, helping to create and reinforce shared values, norms, and beliefs. Another theory is that religion emerged out of a need to cope with death and the fear of the unknown. Religion may have provided a way for people to make sense of the mysteries of life and death, and to find comfort in the idea of an afterlife or a divine plan. It's also worth noting that many religions have emerged through the teachings of a charismatic leader or prophet, who is claimed to have received divine revelations or insights. These leaders may have had a powerful impact on their followers, inspiring them to adopt new beliefs and practices. As for why people believe in religions, there are likely many reasons. Some people may be drawn to religion for its moral and ethical teachings, while others may find comfort in the idea of a divine being who cares for them. Religion may also provide a sense of community and belonging, and may offer a way to cope with life's challenges and uncertainties. It's worth noting that belief in religion is not universal, and that many people have adopted secular worldviews or alternative spiritual practices. Ultimately, the reasons why people believe in religion are complex and multifaceted, and may vary widely from person to person. There are many different reasons why people may feel a psychological need for religion. Some of the most common reasons include a need for comfort and support. Religion can provide a sense of comfort and support during difficult times. Many religious traditions offer rituals, prayers, and teachings that can help individuals cope with stress, grief, and uncertainty. A desire for meaning and purpose. Many people turn to religion in search of meaning and purpose in life. Religious beliefs and practices can provide a framework for understanding the world and our place in it. A sense of community and belonging. Religion can provide a sense of community and belonging, which can be especially important for individuals who feel isolated or disconnected from others. A need for guidance and moral direction. Religious teachings can offer guidance and moral direction, helping individuals navigate complex ethical and moral issues. A desire for transcendence and spiritual experience. Religion can provide opportunities for transcendence and spiritual experience, which can be deeply fulfilling for many people. Overall, the psychological need for religion can be influenced by a range of factors, including personal experiences, cultural and social influences, and individual temperament and personality. While not everyone feels a need for religion, for many people it can provide a sense of comfort, meaning, and purpose in life. It is important to note that faith can have both positive and negative effects on a person's psychological well-being, depending on how it is practiced and experienced. On the positive side, faith can provide individuals with a sense of purpose, meaning, and hope. It can offer a sense of connection to something greater than oneself, and can provide comfort and support during times of stress or hardship. Faith can also promote a sense of community and belonging, which can be important for social support and positive relationships. Additionally, some research has suggested that faith can have positive effects on mental health outcomes such as depression, anxiety, and substance abuse. This may be because faith provides individuals with a framework for understanding and coping with difficult experiences, as well as a sense of forgiveness and redemption. Overall, the power of the mind to excel or self-destruct is significant, and underscores the importance of cultivating positive beliefs, attitudes, and practices that support psychological and physical well-being. This may include techniques such as cognitive behavioral therapy, mindfulness meditation, and positive self-talk, among others. Chapter 2: Religions Create War. However, faith can also have negative effects on psychological well-being. For example, if faith is practiced in a rigid or dogmatic way, it may lead to feelings of guilt, shame, or fear. Additionally, if faith is used to justify harmful or destructive behavior, such as intolerance or violence, it can lead to negative outcomes for both the individual and the wider community. Overall, the impact of faith on psychological well-being is complex and depends on a variety of factors, including the individual's beliefs and practices, the social and cultural context in which faith is practiced, and the specific outcomes being measured. The mind is a powerful tool that can be used to both excel and self-destruct. The thoughts, beliefs, and attitudes we hold about ourselves and the world around us can have a significant impact on our psychological well-being and overall life outcomes. When we hold positive beliefs about ourselves and our abilities, we are more likely to take risks, set challenging goals, and persist in the face of adversity. This can lead to greater success and satisfaction in life, as well as better mental health outcomes such as greater resilience and reduced stress. On the other hand, when we hold negative beliefs about ourselves and our abilities, we may become stuck in patterns of self-doubt, avoidance, and self-sabotage. This can lead to a range of negative outcomes, including reduced self-esteem, anxiety, depression, and other mental health issues. Additionally, the mind-body connection is a powerful force that can impact physical health outcomes. For example, stress and negative emotions have been linked to a range of physical health problems, including cardiovascular disease, immune system dysfunction, and chronic pain. The success and strength of a nation or religion cannot be attributed solely to the unity to survive or the creation of false realities. While unity and shared beliefs can certainly contribute to a sense of collective identity and purpose, success and strength are multifaceted and depend on a range of factors such as economic prosperity, political stability, social justice, and environmental sustainability. Furthermore, while unity and shared beliefs can be powerful forces for positive change, the creation of false realities or the promotion of narrow, exclusionary ideologies can also lead to negative outcomes such as intolerance, conflict, and oppression. It is therefore important to distinguish between healthy forms of collective identity and purpose, which promote social cohesion and positive outcomes, and harmful forms of groupthink or dogmatism, which can undermine individual freedom and well-being. In summary, while unity and shared beliefs can be important factors in the success and strength of a nation or religion, they should not be considered in isolation, and must be balanced with other factors such as openness, critical thinking, and social justice. A vital factor to be aware of is that a group of people can make false claims seem like truths, especially if those claims are repeated frequently and widely accepted within that group. This phenomenon is sometimes referred to as groupthink or confirmation bias, in which individuals within a group seek out information and perspectives that confirm their pre-existing beliefs, while ignoring or dismissing contradictory evidence. This can be particularly problematic when it comes to issues of ideology or belief, where individuals may be unwilling to consider alternative viewpoints or question their own assumptions. This can create an echo chamber of false or misleading information that is difficult to penetrate from the outside. However, it is important to note that the truth is not subjective or determined by popular opinion. While false claims may be widely accepted within a particular group, they can still be objectively false, and it is important to rely on objective evidence and critical thinking to evaluate truth claims. Overall, the ability of a group of people to make false claims seem like truths underscores the importance of independent thinking, critical evaluation of information, and the pursuit of objective truth, even in the face of opposition or resistance from others. The origin of fake religions and old practices is a complex and multifaceted phenomenon that can have various causes. In many cases, these practices and beliefs arise from a combination of cultural, historical, and psychological factors. One common factor is a lack of scientific understanding and knowledge, which can lead people to rely on superstitions or supernatural explanations for natural phenomena. In the absence of empirical evidence or a scientific framework for understanding the world, people may turn to spiritual or religious beliefs as a way to make sense of their experiences. Another factor that can contribute to the emergence of fake religions or old practices is social and cultural influence. Many beliefs and practices are passed down through generations, and can become deeply ingrained in a community or culture over time. This can create a sense of continuity and identity within the group, but may also perpetuate outdated or false beliefs. In some cases, individuals or groups may intentionally create false religions or practices for personal gain or as a means of exerting control over others. This can include using religion or spiritual beliefs as a way to manipulate or exploit people, or creating false practices as a means of gaining influence or power. Overall, the origin of fake religions and old practices is a complex phenomenon that can be influenced by a range of factors, including scientific knowledge, cultural influence, and personal motives. However, it is important to rely on critical thinking and evidence-based reasoning to evaluate the truth and validity of any beliefs or practices, in order to avoid being misled or deceived. Unfortunately, history has shown that some religious leaders and institutions have used the concept of God or religion as a means to control and manipulate the masses. This has been done through the use of various tactics such as fear, guilt, and shame, as well as the promise of rewards or punishments in the afterlife. Some religious leaders have used their position of authority to promote their own interests and agenda, rather than the interests and well-being of their followers. They may have used religious teachings to justify their actions, even if those actions were harmful or unethical. This kind of behavior is not unique to religion, as similar tactics have been used in other areas of life, such as politics or business. However, religion has a unique role in people's lives, as it often deals with questions of morality, meaning, and purpose. This can make it particularly vulnerable to manipulation and abuse. It is important to recognize that religion and spirituality can be powerful sources of comfort, inspiration, and personal growth. However, it is also important to be aware of the potential for manipulation and abuse in religious contexts, and to approach religion with a critical and discerning mindset. Ultimately, individuals should be encouraged to develop their own personal relationship with God or a higher power, and to seek out spiritual communities that promote love, acceptance, and mutual respect. Some religious groups or individuals may use psychological tactics to influence or manipulate their followers. These tactics may include techniques such as fear-mongering, guilt-tripping, and creating a sense of dependence on the group or leader. Such tactics can be harmful and can result in individuals feeling trapped, powerless, or unable to make decisions for themselves. Furthermore, religious psychological manipulation refers to the use of manipulative tactics to influence and control individuals or groups in religious contexts. Such tactics may be used to cause others to conform to a particular set of beliefs or practices, to worship and obey a particular religious leader or authority, or to remain loyal to a particular religious group. Some common tactics of religious psychological manipulation include fear-based control. This involves using fear or anxiety to control individuals, often by threatening them with divine punishment or eternal damnation if they do not comply with religious rules or expectations. Guilt and shame. Religious leaders or groups may use guilt and shame to control individuals, making them feel as if they are not living up to religious standards or expectations, and thus, are unworthy or sinful. Emotional manipulation. This involves using emotional appeals, such as love or admiration, to influence individuals or groups. Religious leaders may use emotional manipulation to gain trust, loyalty, and devotion from their followers. Isolation. Isolation involves cutting individuals off from outside influences, such as family, friends, and other communities, in order to control and manipulate them. This may be done in order to create a sense of dependency on the religious group or leader. Thought control. This involves controlling what individuals think, believe, or say. Religious leaders may use techniques such as indoctrination or brainwashing to control the beliefs and behaviors of their followers. Reward and punishment. This involves using rewards, such as praise or special privileges, to reinforce desired behaviors, and punishment, such as shaming or ostracism, to discourage undesirable behaviors. It is important to recognize and resist these manipulative tactics in religious contexts. Individuals should be encouraged to think critically, question religious teachings and practices, and seek out multiple perspectives before making decisions about their beliefs and actions. Religious oppression can have a range of negative psychological effects on individuals and communities. Some of the most common effects include loss of autonomy. Religious oppression can limit an individual's ability to make decisions and act freely, leading to feelings of helplessness and loss of control. Internalized guilt and shame. Oppressive religious teachings can instill feelings of guilt and shame in individuals, leading to low self-esteem and a negative self-image. Anxiety and depression. Oppression can cause individuals to feel anxious and depressed, as they may feel trapped in a situation that they cannot change. Cognitive dissonance. Oppressive religious teachings may conflict with an individual's personal values and beliefs, leading to a state of cognitive dissonance and internal conflict. Social isolation. Oppression can lead to social isolation, as individuals may be ostracized or excluded from their communities if they do not conform to religious expectations. Overall, religious oppression can have serious psychological consequences, leading to a range of negative emotions and behaviors. It is important for individuals and communities to recognize the potential harms of religious oppression and work to promote acceptance, tolerance, and freedom of belief. Unfortunately, there have been many instances throughout history where religions have used force or coercion to convert people to their faith. Some examples include: example of manipulative fear-based control. There is a traditional Jewish story that recounts the events of the giving of the Torah at Mount Sinai. According to this story, when the Israelites were gathered at the base of the mountain to receive the Torah, commandments, from God, they were initially hesitant to accept it. They were afraid of the awesome power of God and the responsibility that came with following His commandments. In response to their hesitation, God picked up Mount Sinai and held it over the Israelites' heads, saying, "If you accept the Torah, good, but if not, here will be your burial place." The Israelites then immediately accepted the Torah and all of its commandments. This story emphasizes the idea that the acceptance of the Torah and its commandments is a critical and fundamental aspect of the Jewish faith. It also emphasizes the importance of taking responsibility for one's actions and following God's commandments, even when it may be challenging or frightening to do so. Another example taught, in the Bible, Old Testament, written by man, God made a covenant with the Israelites after freeing them from slavery in Egypt. The covenant was a solemn agreement between God and the Israelites, and it established the terms of their relationship. As part of the covenant, God gave the Israelites the 10 Commandments and other laws and regulations to follow. Deuteronomy 28 is a chapter that outlines the blessings and curses that would come upon the Israelites depending on their obedience or disobedience to God's laws. If the Israelites obeyed these commandments and laws, they would be blessed with prosperity, fertility, and victory in battle. However, if they disobeyed, they would be cursed with famine, disease, and defeat in battle. For example, in verses 1 to 2, it says, "If you fully obey the Lord your God and carefully follow all His commands I give you today, the Lord your God will set you high above all the nations on earth. All these blessings will come on you and accompany you if you obey the Lord your God." In contrast, verses 15 to 16 say, "However, if you do not obey the Lord your God and do not carefully follow all His commands and decrees I am giving you today, all these curses will come on you and overtake you." It is important to note that the blessings and curses outlined in Deuteronomy 28 were specific to the Israelites and the time and place in which they lived. They were not necessarily meant to be applied universally to all people and all times. We know this since many of the commandments pertaining to the temple worship do not exist after the temple's destruction. Yet the ultra-Orthodox are willing to oppress their children into the worship that is possible in order to avoid and escape suffering and punishment from the curses made in the Bible. In their understanding, because the curses have already taken place, they are trying to avoid further punishment. Their belief is that they need to rectify themselves in order to be worthy of a returned glory as a thriving nation that they once were in their homeland. Also to avoid being a vulnerable foreigner in another nation's flawed country. As is recorded in history, when democracies didn't exist or the terror of anti-Semitism thrived, leading to mass murders. Physical force. Christianity. During the Middle Ages, the Christian Church launched a series of crusades to reclaim the Holy Land from Muslim control. In some cases, Christian soldiers would force Muslims and Jews to convert to Christianity or face death. Additionally, during the Spanish Inquisition, Jews and Muslims were often given the choice of converting to Christianity or facing persecution. Islam. While conversion to Islam is supposed to be voluntary, there have been instances throughout history where people have been forced to convert under threat of violence. For example, during the early years of Islam, some tribes in Arabia were forced to convert in order to avoid war with Muslim armies. Hinduism. While Hinduism is generally considered a non-proselytizing religion, there have been instances in India where lower caste Hindus have been forcibly converted to higher castes. Buddhism. While Buddhism generally promotes non-violence and non-coercion, there have been instances in Buddhist-majority countries such as Sri Lanka and Myanmar where minority groups have been forced to convert to Buddhism. It's important to note that religions which have used force to convert people are the representative idea of the lack of tolerance, respect for diversity, and freedom of belief to be flawed at its core. Now, let us delve into the harsh reality of religious history. There have been many ancient civilizations throughout history that have practiced various forms of dark arts and magic. Here are some examples. Ancient Egypt. The ancient Egyptians practiced a form of magic known as Hika, which involved the use of spells, amulets, and other forms of ritual magic to gain power, protect oneself from harm, and influence the natural world. Mesopotamia. The ancient civilizations of Mesopotamia, such as the Sumerians, Babylonians, and Assyrians, also practiced forms of magic and divination. They believed in the power of gods and demons, and used various rituals and spells to appease them or gain their favor. Greece and Rome. The ancient Greeks and Romans also practiced various forms of magic, such as divination, healing, and love magic. They believed in the existence of supernatural forces, such as gods, spirits, and demons, and used various techniques to communicate with them or influence their actions. Celtic and Norse cultures. The ancient Celtic and Norse cultures of Europe also had their own forms of magic and divination, often involving the use of herbalism, shamanism, and communication with spirits and ancestors. African civilizations. Many African civilizations, such as those of the Yoruba, Ashanti, and Bantu people, practiced various forms of magic and divination, often involving the use of drumming, dancing, and trance states to communicate with the spirit world. The Crusades, 1096 to 1270, a series of religious wars waged by Christian armies to regain control of the Holy Land from Muslim rule. The French Wars of Religion, 1562 to 1598, a series of conflicts between French Catholics and Protestants known as Huguenots, which resulted in the deaths of thousands of people. The 30 Years' War, 1618 to 1648, a war fought between Catholics and Protestants in Europe that resulted in the deaths of millions of people and significant political and territorial changes. The English Civil War, 1642 to 1651, a series of conflicts fought between the Royalists, who were supporters of King Charles I, and the Parliamentarians, who were largely Puritan and Protestant. The Indian Rebellion of 1857, a mutiny against British rule in India that was fueled by religious tensions between Hindus and Muslims. The Balkan Wars, 1912 to 1913, a series of conflicts in the Balkans that were sparked by religious and ethnic tensions between various groups, including Orthodox Christians, Muslims, and Catholics. The Israeli-Palestinian conflict, 1948-present, a long-standing conflict between Jews and Arabs in the Middle East that is fueled by religious differences, among other factors. The Lebanese Civil War, 1975 to 1990, a civil war fought between various religious and ethnic groups in Lebanon, including Christians, Muslims, and Druze. The Sri Lankan Civil War, 1983 to 2009, a conflict fought between the Sri Lankan government and Tamil rebels, which was fueled in part by religious and ethnic differences. The Nigerian Civil War, 1967 to 1970, a conflict between the Nigerian government and the breakaway state of Biafra, which was largely driven by religious and ethnic differences between Christians and Muslims. It is important to acknowledge that some religious groups may promote beliefs or practices that could be harmful or dangerous to their followers. In some cases, this may include beliefs or practices that could lead to self-harm or suicide. It is also important to note that the practice of dark arts and magic are often intertwined with religious and spiritual beliefs, and is often viewed differently depending on the culture and context in which it is practiced. While some forms of magic and divination may be seen as harmful or dangerous, others may be viewed as positive and beneficial. It's also worth noting that many ancient practices have been adapted and modified over time and are still practiced today in various forms. With this knowledge, it is understandable that in a world of lies and corruption, those evil would use all tactics, both positive and negative, to achieve their success in the world. The conclusion here must be religions were fallacies created by man and only man with no higher power. Furthermore, if we were to accept the ideology that we are in God's image, then it would make sense that we are technically gods and are capable of creating religions. After all, there isn't one book in man's possession in the entire world signed by God directly. The 2 tablets of Moses are questionable, considering the Jews didn't rise up the mountain and watch God write with fire onto the stone tablets privately to Moses. Also, no one knows where the Ark of the Covenant is, or that such tablets exist. This is what we call myths and legends. The Molech religion was a religion practiced in ancient times, primarily in the Middle East. The religion involved the worship of a deity known as Molech or Moloch, who was often depicted as a bull-headed figure with outstretched arms. One of the most controversial aspects of the Molech religion was its alleged practice of child sacrifice. According to some historical accounts, followers of the Molech religion would offer their children as sacrifices to the deity, often by burning them alive. This is further proof to the absurdities that some humans are willing to lead as well as follow, making us all susceptible to other type dangers to evolve in time, primarily in religions. It is important to recognize that child sacrifice and other forms of violence or harm are not condoned by the vast majority of religious traditions today, but will use other mental coercing tactics. An example cult, the People's Temple led by Jim Jones, which was a religious movement that originated in the United States in the 1950s. The cult moved to Guyana, in South America, in the 1970s and established a compound known as Jonestown. In November 1978, more than 900 members of the People's Temple, including children, died by drinking poison punch at the Jonestown compound. This mass suicide, often referred to as the Jonestown Massacre, is one of the largest such incidents in modern history. The events at Jonestown have been widely studied and analyzed by scholars and experts in the fields of religion, psychology, and sociology. The tragedy has also sparked debates about the role of government and society in protecting individuals from dangerous and destructive cults. Let us continue. The story of Abraham's sacrifice of Isaac, as recounted in the Hebrew Bible, has been interpreted in various ways by different religious and cultural traditions over time. The story tells of God commanding Abraham to sacrifice his son Isaac, and of Abraham ultimately obeying this command before being stopped by an angel of God. While there are some similarities between the story of Abraham's sacrifice of Isaac and the alleged practices of the Molech religion, it is important to note that the two are not identical. In the Molech religion, it is said that children were sacrificed by burning them alive, whereas in the story of Abraham and Isaac, Isaac is ultimately spared from being sacrificed. Moreover, the story of Abraham and Isaac is often interpreted as a demonstration of Abraham's faith and obedience to God, rather than as a justification for child sacrifice or any other form of violence or harm. The issue here is that Abraham was willing to commit murder feeling indebted to God for the blessing of receiving Isaac from his barren wife Sarah. In addition, it is strange that the text states God told Abraham to sacrifice his son, but is stopped by an angel instead of by God who commanded him. It is also worth noting that the interpretation of religious texts and traditions is a complex and ongoing process, and that different individuals and communities may interpret the same story or ritual in different ways based on their own cultural and religious contexts. Such possibilities allow for religions to lose the essence of positivity and instead bring negativity and death into the world in the name of the religion and its stated higher power. Another important dynamic to focus on is that accepting abuse to show love is not normal or healthy in psychology. In fact, it is a sign of an unhealthy dynamic in a relationship, and can have serious negative consequences for both the victim and the perpetrator. Research in psychology has shown that accepting abuse can lead to physical and psychological harm, including low self-esteem, depression, anxiety, and post-traumatic stress disorder. It can also lead to the development of unhealthy coping mechanisms, such as substance abuse or self-harm. In a healthy relationship, love and respect are demonstrated through communication, support, and care for one another's well-being and be able to express their feelings and needs in a safe and respectful environment, without fear of being punished or mistreated. Unfortunately, in religions this reality doesn't exist. Instead, bias by those of the faith take precedence, such as a child religiously oppressed by their parents are sent to a religious psychologist as part of the manipulative structuring of the oppression unto the child. Chapter 3: Hypocrisy to Religion. Hypocrisy refers to the practice of saying or advocating one thing while doing or practicing the opposite. It is often used to describe situations where someone espouses a set of values or principles but behaves in a way that is inconsistent with those values or principles. It is true that according to the biblical narrative, Adam and Eve and their children, as well as Noah and his family, were the only human beings alive at certain points in time. From a modern scientific perspective, this would suggest that incestuous relationships would have been necessary in order for these individuals to have procreated and populated the earth. However, it's important to note that the Bible is a complex and multi-layered text that must be understood in its historical and cultural context. The biblical narrative is not meant to be read as a literal, historical account of events, but rather as a symbolic and theological exploration of humanity's relationship with God and with one another. Furthermore, there are rabbinic traditions and interpretations that seek to reconcile the apparent inconsistencies between the biblical narrative and modern scientific understandings of human origins and evolution. For example, some rabbinic commentators have suggested that Adam and Eve were not the only humans in existence at the time of their creation, and that they may have coexisted with other human communities outside of the Garden of Eden. Ultimately, the issue of incest in the Bible is a complex and controversial one that has been debated by scholars and theologians for centuries. However, it's important to approach the text with an open and critical mind, and to recognize that there may be multiple valid ways of interpreting and understanding the stories and teachings contained within it. From this we see major issues arise: either it happened or didn't happen. If it happened, then it's hypocritical to create man through incest, but then command against it later on. Another critical issue is the Hebrew calendar. The religious Sabbath and holiday observances, including the Messianic timeline, are entirely based on the founding story of creation and Jewish worship. In Kabbalistic thought, the Torah is understood to be the blueprint for creation, containing the divine wisdom and knowledge necessary for the fulfillment of humanity's spiritual potential. According to Kabbalistic teachings, the Torah existed in a pre-existing state before the world was created, and was used by God as the blueprint for the creation of the universe. However, in Kabbalistic thought, the giving of the Torah to the Israelites at Mount Sinai was not just a historical event, but a symbolic representation of the ongoing revelation of divine wisdom and knowledge to all of humanity. In this view, the Torah is not just a set of laws and commandments, but a living and dynamic expression of the divine will, continually unfolding and revealing new insights and understandings. With regard to why God did not give the Torah to Adam and Eve at the time of creation, Kabbalistic teachings suggest that humanity was not yet ready to receive the fullness of the divine wisdom contained in the Torah. The fall of Adam and Eve and the subsequent fragmentation of the human soul created a state of spiritual exile and disconnection from God, which needed to be gradually repaired and healed through the process called tikkun. According to Kabbalistic teachings, the giving of the Torah to the Israelites at Mount Sinai was a pivotal moment in the process of tikkun, representing the beginning of a new phase in humanity's spiritual evolution. However, the Torah is not just the exclusive property of the Jewish people, but a gift to all of humanity, containing the keys to unlocking the fullness of our spiritual potential and reconnecting with the divine. In general, Kabbalistic interpretations of Jesus tend to view him as a spiritual teacher who embodied divine qualities and teachings, but who was not the literal Son of God or the Messiah. Some Kabbalists view Jesus as a reincarnation of a righteous soul who came to earth to spread divine teachings and elevate humanity. Regarding Muhammad, some Kabbalists view him as a prophet who received divine revelations, while others see him as a figure who was influenced by Jewish and other spiritual traditions. Some Kabbalists argue that Muhammad's teachings were a necessary stage in the development of monotheism and the spread of divine knowledge. It is important to note that Kabbalah is a complex and varied tradition, and different Kabbalists may have different perspectives on these figures based on their interpretations of Jewish texts and mystical experiences. Once again, the words and interpretations by men nonetheless. When taught to the masses, they will be stated as holy men, in order to give their words a source of intellectual power that might not actually exist. Kabbalistic interpretations of the miracles performed by Jesus vary, but many Kabbalists view these miracles as demonstrations of the power of divine light and the ability of human beings to access that light through spiritual practices. Some Kabbalistic interpretations of Jesus' miracles emphasize the idea that he was able to perform these acts because of his spiritual purity and connection to the divine. According to this view, Jesus was able to access the divine light and use it to perform miraculous healings and other feats. Other Kabbalistic interpretations of Jesus' miracles focus on the symbolism and deeper spiritual meanings of these acts. For example, some Kabbalists interpret Jesus' ability to walk on water as a symbol of his spiritual mastery and ability to transcend the physical world. Similarly, his ability to feed the multitudes with fish and a few loaves is seen as a metaphor for the power of divine abundance and the idea that all human needs can be met through spiritual connection. Overall, Kabbalistic interpretations of Jesus' miracles emphasize the transformative power of spiritual practice and the potential of human beings to access the divine light and use it to bring about positive change in the world. All this sounds wonderful, right? Wrong. The fact is, man has never achieved any of those masteries, otherwise we would still see them happening today. Everything we are told are impossibilities that happened then and for the future, but never now at our present time. This is a powerful refute against such parables. It is your obligation to state, such mastery of power should allow God or the person or thing of the religion to present themselves to the masses on a constant basis now and not just on a miraculous once-in-a-lifetime event. The response that there's a prophecy it will happen again in thousands of years is unacceptable to an intellectual. Kabbalistic teachings, including other faiths, preach the concept of reincarnation, and some Kabbalists believe that souls can be reincarnated into different bodies over time in order to fulfill their spiritual mission and rectify their actions from past lives. Instead, Kabbalistic teachings emphasize the importance of each individual soul fulfilling its unique spiritual mission in this life. According to Kabbalistic thought, each soul has a specific role to play in the unfolding of divine consciousness, and the ultimate goal of human existence is to help bring about the redemption of the world by bringing more light and positivity into the world. In this context, the idea of becoming holy is a central theme in Kabbalistic teachings. Kabbalists believe that the purpose of spiritual practice is to elevate the individual soul and help it become more connected to the divine light, which can then be used to bring healing and transformation to the world. This process of spiritual purification and refinement is seen as a lifelong journey, and Kabbalists emphasize the importance of daily spiritual practice and ethical behavior in achieving this goal. Reincarnation is a central concept in Kabbalah, which teaches that each soul is immortal and can be reincarnated into different bodies over time in order to fulfill its spiritual mission and rectify past actions. According to Kabbalistic teachings, the purpose of reincarnation is to enable souls to complete their spiritual work and achieve a higher level of spiritual understanding and connection to the divine. Each time a soul is reincarnated, it has the opportunity to learn and grow spiritually, and to correct any mistakes or negative actions from past lives. Kabbalists believe that the process of reincarnation is guided by the soul's unique spiritual mission, which is determined by the actions and experiences of past lives. Each time a soul is reborn, it is given a new set of challenges and opportunities to help it progress spiritually. The process of reincarnation is also seen as a way to bring about spiritual rectification and healing for the world as a whole. According to Kabbalistic teachings, negative actions from past lives can create spiritual blockages and negative energy that can affect the world around us. Through the process of reincarnation, these blockages can be gradually cleared, allowing more light and positive energy to enter the world. Overall, Kabbalistic teachings emphasize the importance of reincarnation as a tool for spiritual growth and transformation, and as a way to bring about greater healing and enlightenment for the individual soul and for the world as a whole. The major issue with these concepts are when a soul is reincarnated into a life that turns out to act worse, bringing more negativity into the world, or is completely disconnected from spirituality, and in this case, disconnected from the religion. In Judaism, including other religions, the worshippers act out rituals of the faith that were created to a different mentality and way of life of the people in that time, now being completely outdated and odd for today's society. In psychology, it is known that holding on to the past can have negative effects on an individual's mental health and overall well-being. It can lead to feelings of anxiety, depression, and stress, as well as interfere with one's ability to form meaningful relationships and move forward in life. When an individual holds on to negative experiences or emotions from the past, they may become trapped in a cycle of negative thinking and self-doubt. This can lead to a sense of hopelessness and helplessness, making it difficult to see a positive future for oneself. Furthermore, holding on to the past can prevent individuals from fully engaging in the present moment and experiencing life to its fullest. It can create a barrier to personal growth and development, preventing individuals from learning new skills, exploring new interests, and forming new relationships. In order to overcome the negative effects of holding on to the past, individuals may need to engage in self-reflection and introspection, and seek support from mental health professionals or supportive friends and family members. This may involve exploring past experiences and emotions, learning new coping strategies, and developing a sense of self-compassion and forgiveness. Overall, while it is natural to hold on to memories and experiences from the past, it is important to recognize when this is becoming psychologically negative and interfering with one's ability to lead a fulfilling life. By letting go of the past and focusing on the present and future, individuals can cultivate a sense of well-being and build a more positive and fulfilling life. A religion that claims the ultimate truth of the world pertaining to spirituality, with the sole mission as a nation to be a light unto the nations. The Torah says light in Judaism pertains to the Jewish Bible laws and teachings, yet refrains from introducing it to the nations, are then not completing their mission. Let's look at another source. The Talmud is a collection of Jewish legal and ethical discussions and debates that were compiled over many centuries, and it contains a wide range of perspectives and opinions on various topics, including the story of Adam and Eve in the book of Genesis. In general, the Talmudic sages accepted the story of Adam and Eve as a fundamental part of Jewish belief and history. However, there were also debates and discussions about the nature of the story and its implications for Jewish theology and ethics. For example, some Talmudic sages debated the question of whether the story of Adam and Eve should be understood as a literal historical event or as a metaphorical or allegorical account. Some argued that the story should be taken literally, while others believed that it was meant to convey deeper truths about the human condition and our relationship with God. Another area of debate related to the role of free will in the story of Adam and Eve. Some sages emphasized the importance of human free will and the need for individuals to take responsibility for their actions, even in the face of temptation and sin. Others emphasized the role of divine providence and the idea that God ultimately determines human destiny. Overall, the story of Adam and Eve remains a central part of Jewish belief and tradition, and it continues to inspire discussion and debate among Jewish scholars and communities around the world. There is a debate in the Talmud about whether the Jewish people heard all 10 commandments directly from God on Mount Sinai, or only heard the first 2 commandments and received the rest of the commandments through Moses. According to one Talmudic tradition, Shabbat 87a, the Jewish people heard all 10 commandments directly from God on Mount Sinai. This tradition is based on the literal reading of the biblical text in Exodus 20 verses 1 to 17, which describes God speaking all 10 commandments to the entire assembly of Israel. However, another Talmudic tradition, Makkot 24a, suggests that the Jewish people only heard the first 2 commandments directly from God, and then Moses relayed the remaining commandments to the people. This tradition is based on the idea that the Jewish people were overwhelmed by the experience of hearing God's voice, and they were unable to bear the intensity of the direct communication. Regardless of which tradition one follows, the Ten Commandments remain a central part of Jewish belief and practice, and they continue to be studied and interpreted by Jewish scholars and communities around the world. The Ten Commandments are considered to be the foundation of Jewish ethics and morality, and they are seen as a guide for living a righteous and just life. Problem is, either the narrative of the 5 books of Moses is changing the facts, or the rabbinical debaters are making up stories pertaining to God only giving 2 of the 10 commandments. If Moses has changed the facts, then the whole Torah is void. And if it is the rabbinical debaters changing the story, then we cannot accept any interpretations, especially when it comes to rituals on how to perform worship. Either way, we see this as all man-made versions of the story, which puts into question the authenticity of everyone involved. There are many Talmudic debates that pertain to the authenticity of various books and stories in the Hebrew Bible. Here are a few examples. The debate over the authorship of the Torah. There is a Talmudic tradition that attributes the authorship of the Torah, the first 5 books of the Hebrew Bible, to Moses. However, there are also debates about whether Moses wrote the entire Torah, or whether later editors and compilers added to and edited the text over time. The debate over the historicity of the Bible. There are various debates in the Talmud about whether the stories and events described in the Hebrew Bible are meant to be understood as literal historical accounts, or whether they are allegorical or metaphorical in nature. The debate over the canonicity of certain books. There were debates in the Talmudic period about whether certain books, such as the Book of Esther or the Song of Songs, should be included in the biblical canon. Some sages argued that these books did not have the same level of prophetic authority as other books in the Bible. The debate over the interpretation of biblical texts. There are many debates in the Talmud about how to interpret and understand specific verses or passages in the Bible. These debates often revolve around questions of grammar, syntax, and semantics, as well as larger theological and philosophical issues. Overall, these debates reflect the ongoing engagement of Jewish scholars and communities with the text and traditions of the Hebrew Bible, and they continue to inspire discussion and inquiry to this day. We must ask, how can a religion not know the fundamentals of its religion? In Judaism, the rule of majority, or rodef hatzibur, is a legal principle that states that in certain situations, the opinion of the majority prevails over the opinion of the minority. This principle is based on the idea that the collective wisdom of the community is greater than that of any individual, and that decisions made by the majority are more likely to reflect the will of God and the best interests of the community as a whole. The rule of majority is particularly important in the context of Jewish law, or halakha, which is based on the interpretation and application of a complex body of legal and ethical principles derived from the Hebrew Bible and other Jewish texts. In cases where there is a disagreement or uncertainty about the application of these principles, the rule of majority can be used to determine the appropriate course of action. However, it's important to note that the rule of majority is not absolute, and there are certain situations in which the opinion of the minority may be given greater weight. For example, if the minority consists of recognized experts in a particular area of Jewish law or theology, their opinion may be given greater weight than that of the majority. Overall, the rule of majority reflects the importance of community and consensus in Jewish tradition, and it continues to play a significant role in Jewish law and decision-making processes to this day. So, if the wisest of the sages call into question the authenticity or the parameters to the stories of the Bible and the faith, then the final understanding should automatically be of the minimum by which both agree. In this context, just the first 2 commandments of the 10 commandments. And if they hold by the writing of Moses stating the 10 commandments, then keeping worship rituals to the minimum is necessary, specifically if the community as a whole cannot follow the strict interpretations of the commandments. More importantly, why would God set commandments they struggled to keep? And furthermore, let God speak directly to the individual miraculously or through prophecy, considering God wants a religious connection to each individual as taught by the faith. Unsurprisingly, the apostles were Jewish. Jesus and his early followers were all Jews, and the apostles were among his closest followers and disciples. They were chosen by Jesus to continue his work and spread his teachings after his death and resurrection. The apostles were all from different backgrounds and professions, but they shared a common Jewish heritage and faith. They were familiar with Jewish customs and practices, and their understanding of the Jewish scriptures helped them to see Jesus as the long-awaited Messiah. It was only later, after the apostles began preaching to Gentiles, non-Jewish people, that Christianity began to attract followers from outside the Jewish community and develop into a distinct religion. Nonetheless, Christianity still has deep roots in Judaism, and the Old Testament is an integral part of the Christian Bible. The creators of Christianity are generally considered to be Jesus Christ and his early followers. Jesus Christ, who is believed by Christians to be the Son of God, preached a message of love, forgiveness, and salvation. He taught his followers through parables and miracles, and his teachings were eventually recorded in the 4 Gospels of the New Testament. After Jesus was crucified and resurrected, his followers, known as apostles, continued to spread his teachings and establish the Christian faith. The Apostle Paul, who wrote many letters in the New Testament, played a significant role in spreading Christianity throughout the Roman Empire. Over time, Christianity developed into various denominations, each with its own unique beliefs and practices. Today, Christianity is one of the world's largest religions, with an estimated 2.4 billion followers worldwide. Once again, there are many denominations made up by man, but never directly by the higher power, and yet there are a multitude of believers. Judaism has had a long and complex history with the concept of the Messiah. The idea of a future savior or redeemer who would bring about a new era of peace and justice is deeply ingrained in Jewish thought, but opinions on who this Messiah might be and what they would accomplish have varied widely over time. Chapter 4: Religions, History. The history of the Jews is a long and emotional one. It is a story of persecution and perseverance, of heartache and hope. For centuries, the Jews have been persecuted and discriminated against, and yet they have persevered. They have refused to give up their identity or their traditions, and they have continued to thrive, even if it means for the trade-off of continued loss of Jewish life. Now to mention which teachings are said to be given by God according to Judaism. However, I can say that there are various interpretations and discussions within Jewish tradition regarding which teachings are considered divinely given or not. In Judaism, the written Torah and the oral tradition are considered the primary sources of religious teachings. The written Torah, consisting of the 5 books of Moses, is believed to have been given directly by God to Moses on Mount Sinai. The oral tradition, which includes interpretations, commentaries, and teachings passed down through generations, is believed to have been received by Moses from God as well, but was not written down until much later. There are also other teachings within Judaism that are not considered divinely given, such as the teachings of the Talmud and various Jewish philosophical and ethical writings. These teachings are considered the product of human interpretation and reflection on the Torah and the oral tradition. Ultimately, the question of which teachings are considered divinely given in Judaism is a matter of interpretation and debate, and there is no one definitive answer. The Jewish timeline spans thousands of years and includes a rich history of religious, cultural, and political developments. Here is a brief overview of some of the key events and periods in Jewish history. 1800 BCE, Abraham, the first patriarch of the Jewish people, is born in Ur, Mesopotamia. 1300 BCE, Moses leads the Israelites out of slavery in Egypt and receives the 10 Commandments on Mount Sinai. 1000 to 586 BCE, the Kingdom of Israel and the Kingdom of Judah are established, with Jerusalem as the capital. The first temple was built in Jerusalem by King Solomon. 586 to 539 BCE, the Babylonian exile, during which the Babylonians conquer Judah and destroy the first temple. 539 to 332 BCE, the Persian Empire rules over Judah, and the Jews are allowed to return to Jerusalem and rebuild the Second Temple. 332 to 63 BCE, the Hellenistic period, during which the Greeks and then the Romans rule over the Jewish homeland. This period includes the Maccabean Revolt and the establishment of the Hasmonean dynasty. 63 BC, 313 CE, the Roman period, during which the Romans conquer and rule over Judah. This period includes the life of Jesus of Nazareth and the formation of Christianity. 313 to 636 CE, the Byzantine period, during which the Roman Empire becomes Christian and the Jews are persecuted. 636-1099 CE, the Muslim period, during which the Islamic Empire conquers and rules over Judah. This period includes the golden age of Jewish culture and scholarship in Spain. 1099 to 1291 CE, the Crusader period, during which European Christians attempt to conquer Jerusalem and the Holy Land. 1291 to 1517 CE, the Mamluk period, during which Muslim rulers control the Holy Land. 1517 to 1917 CE, the Ottoman period, during which the Ottoman Empire rules over Palestine and other parts of the Middle East. 1917 to 1948 CE, the British Mandate period, during which the British Empire controls Palestine. 1948 present, the State of Israel is established, and the Jewish people continue to navigate a complex and evolving political and cultural landscape. This timeline provides only a brief overview of Jewish history, and there are many other events, figures, and movements that have shaped the Jewish experience over time. The Jewish Bible, also known as the Tanakh, was composed by various authors over a period of centuries. The Tanakh consists of three main sections: the Torah, the first 5 books of the Bible, the Nevi'im, the prophets, and the Ketuvim, the writings. The Torah is traditionally attributed to Moses and is believed to have been written around the 13th century BCE. The Nevi'im and Ketuvim were written by various authors over a period of several centuries, with the latest books likely being composed in the 4th century BCE. The Talmud is a collection of Jewish law and tradition that was compiled over several centuries by Jewish sages and scholars. There are 2 versions of the Talmud: the Babylonian Talmud, which was compiled between the 3rd and 5th centuries CE in Mesopotamia, and the Jerusalem Talmud, which was compiled between the 3rd and 4th centuries CE in the land of Israel. The Kabbalah, or Jewish mysticism, is believed to have originated in the 12th century CE and was developed over the centuries by various Jewish scholars and mystics. Some of the most well-known Kabbalistic texts include the Zohar, which was written in the late 13th century, and the Sefer Yetzirah, which is believed to have been written in the 3rd or 4th century CE. Judaism has various ways of conceptualizing the relationship between God and human beings, and both the slave and master metaphor and the father and son metaphor have been used to describe this relationship. The slave and master metaphor is based on the idea that God is the ultimate authority and human beings are obligated to obey his commandments. In this sense, humans are viewed as servants of God, and the relationship between them is one of obedience and submission. The father and son metaphor, on the other hand, emphasizes the idea that God is a loving and caring parent who guides and nurtures his children. In this sense, humans are viewed as God's children, and the relationship between them is one of intimacy and love. It is worth noting that these 2 metaphors are not mutually exclusive, and Judaism employs both of them to describe the relationship between God and human beings. Ultimately, the nature of the relationship depends on one's individual understanding and interpretation of Jewish theology and teachings. It should be noted, for thousands of years God didn't care for a relationship with his creations, but later on does. Furthermore, God didn't care for the creation's servitude but suddenly does thousands of years later. And if we go by scientific dating of human evolution, then it would be more than 300,000 years that God seemed to not have a religious relationship with his creations. The Jews have a long and complex history that spans several millennia. Here are some key events and periods in Jewish history. Ancient Israel. The Jewish people trace their origins back to the patriarch Abraham, who lived around 2000 BCE. According to Jewish tradition, Abraham and his descendants entered into a covenant with God, which formed the basis of Jewish identity and religion. The Israelites, as they were known, were enslaved in Egypt for several centuries before being led out of bondage by Moses around 1250 BCE. They eventually settled in the land of Israel, where they established a kingdom under King David and King Solomon. Exile and diaspora. The Israelites were conquered by the Babylonians in the 6th century BCE, and many were forced into exile. After the Babylonian Empire fell, some Jews returned to Israel and rebuilt the temple, but many remained scattered throughout the Middle East and beyond. Over the centuries, Jewish communities formed in various parts of the world, including Europe, North Africa, and the Middle East. Roman occupation. In the 1st century CE, the Roman Empire conquered Israel and destroyed the Temple in Jerusalem. This event, known as the Jewish Revolt, led to the dispersal of Jews throughout the Mediterranean world. Some Jews continued to live in Israel under Roman rule, but many migrated to other parts of the empire. Middle Ages. During the Middle Ages, Jews faced persecution and discrimination in many parts of Europe. They were often forced to live in ghettos, wear identifying clothing, and face restrictions on their employment and education. Despite this, Jewish culture flourished, with many important works of Jewish scholarship and literature being produced during this period. Modern era. In the 19th and 20th centuries, Jews faced increasing nationalism and anti-Semitism in Europe. This culminated in the Holocaust, during which 6 million Jews were killed by the Nazis. After World War II, the State of Israel was established in 1948, providing a homeland for Jews around the world. Today, there are an estimated 14 million Jews worldwide, with large communities in Israel, the United States, and Europe. The history of the Jews begins with the patriarchs Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. The Jews trace their ancestry back to these three men, and they consider themselves to be the chosen people of God. Abraham was called by God to leave his home and travel to a new land, and Isaac and Jacob were both blessed by God. The Jews were eventually forced to leave their homeland and wander through the desert for 40 years. They eventually reached the land of Israel, which was promised to them by God. For centuries, the Jews lived in Israel and they were ruled by their own kings. However, the Jews were eventually persecuted and driven out of Israel. They were scattered throughout the world, and they suffered greatly. They were discriminated against, and they were often forced to live in poverty. Despite all of the hardships that they have endured, the Jews have managed to keep their identity intact. They have continued to celebrate their traditions and to pass down their history from generation to generation. Judaism is an Abrahamic religion, which traces its roots back to the ancient Hebrews and their covenant with God. The core beliefs of Judaism are based on the principles of monotheism, the belief in one God who is the creator and ruler of the universe. Jewish beliefs are also centered around the idea of covenant, a sacred agreement between God and the Jewish people, which outlines the responsibilities and expectations of each party. Here are some of the key beliefs and concepts in Judaism. God. In Judaism, God is the ultimate power and authority, and the source of all creation. God is often referred to as Yahweh or Adonai, and is believed to be all-knowing, all-powerful, and all-loving. Jews believe that God is present in all aspects of life and can be worshipped in many different ways. Torah. The Torah is the central text of Judaism, which contains the first 5 books of the Hebrew Bible. It is believed to be the Word of God as revealed to Moses on Mount Sinai. The Torah serves as the foundation of Jewish law and contains the commandments that govern Jewish life. Commandments. Judaism emphasizes the importance of following God's commandments as outlined in the Torah. These commandments cover a wide range of areas, including ethical behavior, ritual practice, and social justice. Jews are encouraged to study the Torah and to engage in acts of kindness and charity to fulfill their obligations to God. Covenant. The covenant between God and the Jewish people is a central concept in Judaism. According to Jewish tradition, God chose the Jewish people as his special nation and promised to protect them and bless them if they followed his commandments. In return, the Jewish people committed to serving God and following his laws. Messiah, the concept of a Messiah, or a Savior, is an important belief in Judaism. Jews believe that a Messiah will come to bring peace and redemption to the world. The identity and nature of the Messiah are not fully agreed upon within Judaism, and there is no consensus on when or how the Messiah will come. Life after death. While there is no consensus on the nature of the afterlife in Judaism, there is a belief in the immortality of the soul. Jews believe that the soul continues to exist after death and that God judges each person based on their actions during their life. Israel. The land of Israel is considered to be a holy land in Judaism, and the Jewish people have a special connection to it. Jews believe that God gave the land of Israel to them as a homeland, and many Jews consider it a religious obligation to live there. Tikkun Olam. Tikkun Olam is the concept of repairing or improving the world. It is a central value in Judaism and encourages Jews to engage in acts of social justice and to work towards creating a better world for all people. Overall, Judaism is a religion that places a strong emphasis on ethical behavior, social justice, and fulfilling one's obligations to God. Its beliefs and practices have evolved over thousands of years and have been influenced by a variety of cultural and historical factors. The idea of God revealing himself to the Jewish people comes from the Jewish and Christian scriptures. According to the Hebrew Bible, God revealed himself to the Jewish people in a number of ways, including through prophets, angels, and miracles. The most famous instance of this revelation was the giving of the Ten Commandments to Moses on Mount Sinai. It is important to note that different religious traditions have varying beliefs and interpretations about why God has not revealed himself to humanity in the same way since that time. For example, some religious scholars believe that God continues to reveal himself through scripture, prayer, and personal experiences, while others believe that God does not need to reveal himself again because the original message remains valid. Original message, valid? I can say with confidence that I am not alone, and actually, almost 8 billion other humans don't know which message is valid, hence all religions and faiths that ever existed. The ideology brought to question is, if the Jews needed God to be revealed, then obviously all people in all generations need God to be revealed to them in their time. Ultimately, the question of why God only revealed himself to the Jewish people once in history and never again is a complex one, and the answer may depend on one's religious beliefs and interpretation of Scripture. The Bible does not provide a clear answer to why God chose to approach Abraham specifically with the concept of monotheism, while not approaching others who may have also believed in a single deity. However, there are several possible explanations that have been suggested by scholars and theologians. One explanation is that God may have chosen Abraham and his descendants to be the bearers of monotheism in order to establish a special relationship with them and to fulfill a larger plan for salvation history. According to this view, God's choice of Abraham was not based on any inherent superiority of Abraham or his descendants, but rather on God's sovereign will and plan. Another explanation is that Abraham may have played a unique role in the development of monotheism because of his willingness to follow God's commands and to make significant sacrifices in the service of God. According to the biblical account, Abraham was willing to leave his homeland and his family to follow God's call, and he was also willing to offer his son Isaac as a sacrifice when God asked him to do so. This deep commitment to God and obedience to God's will may have made Abraham a particularly suitable candidate for the transmission of monotheistic beliefs. Finally, it is possible that there were other individuals or groups who also believed in monotheism during Abraham's time, but that their teachings and traditions were not preserved or recorded in the same way as Abraham's. The Bible provides a specific and detailed account of Abraham's encounter with God and his journey of faith, but it does not provide an exhaustive account of all religious beliefs and practices in the ancient Near East. The story of Isaac's near sacrifice by Abraham, also known as the Akedah, is one of the most famous and controversial narratives in the Bible, Genesis 22 verses 1 to 19. Commentaries on this story have explored its many themes, including faith, obedience, sacrifice, and the relationship between God and humanity. One common interpretation of the Akedah is that it represents the ultimate test of Abraham's faith and obedience to God. According to this view, God asked Abraham to offer his beloved son Isaac as a sacrifice, not because God wanted to kill Isaac, but rather to see if Abraham would obey God's command even when it seemed to contradict his sense of morality and love for his child. Abraham passed the test by demonstrating his complete trust in God and his willingness to obey God's will, even in the face of great personal sacrifice. Once again, in those times sacrificing their children was normal for religion. Abraham also had other children, including Ishmael. It doesn't truly seem as a moment of great sacrifice, in my opinion. Other commentators have focused on the moral implications of the Akedah, particularly the question of whether it is ever morally justifiable to sacrifice an innocent life. Some have argued that God's command to sacrifice Isaac was a test of Abraham's morality as well as his faith, and that Abraham ultimately passed this test by refusing to go through with the sacrifice once he saw that God had provided a ram as a substitute. Others have suggested that the Akedah should be seen as a cautionary tale about the dangers of religious extremism and blind obedience to authority. Still others have interpreted the Akedah as a metaphor for the larger relationship between God and humanity, and the sacrifices that are required to maintain that relationship. According to this view, Abraham's willingness to sacrifice his son represents the human willingness to give up cherished beliefs and practices in order to honor God and fulfill God's plan for humanity. The story of the Akedah thus becomes a powerful reminder of the importance of faith, sacrifice, and obedience in the service of God. Or the powerful important reminder of the dangers related to faith, sacrifice, and obedience in the name of God. According to the Bible, Genesis 23 verses 1 to 2, Sarah, the wife of Abraham, died at the age of 127 years in Hebron. The Bible does not provide a detailed account of her death or the circumstances surrounding it, but it does describe how Abraham mourned her death and purchased a burial place for her in the cave of Machpelah in Hebron. The Bible states that after Sarah's death, Abraham came to mourn for Sarah and to weep for her, Genesis 23 verse 2. The Bible does not explicitly state that Sarah died because she heard that her son Isaac was going to be sacrificed by Abraham. However, there is a midrash, rabbinic commentary, that suggests that Sarah did die as a result of the trauma she experienced upon hearing about the intended sacrifice of her son. According to the midrash, Sarah overheard a conversation between Abraham and Isaac, in which Isaac asked his father where the sacrificial animal was. Abraham replied that God would provide the animal, but Sarah only heard the first part of the conversation and mistakenly believed that Isaac was going to be sacrificed. This caused her to faint, and when she revived, she was so distressed that she died. It is important to note that Sarah was obviously not on the level of Abraham in this matter according to spiritual teaching. Or maybe she realized that Abraham was delusional and living as a woman without feminist rights in those times, she couldn't do anything about it and thus died. Here we can see that extreme worship can be harmful and even deadly. It's important to note that midrashim are not considered to be historical accounts, but rather literary and theological interpretations of the biblical text. While the midrashic tradition offers insights into the rabbinic understanding of the Bible, it should be approached with a critical eye and not taken as literal truth. As is said, ding dong is an onomatopoeic word used to represent the sound of a bell or doorbell ringing. It can also be used as a slang expression to indicate that someone or something has arrived or is present, in this case stating the admission of non-truths that have become part of the primary religious texts. To continue, the Jewish mission is often understood to include the following elements: studying and following the Torah and other Jewish sacred texts, including the Talmud and the Midrash. Observing the commandments, mitzvot, as a way of drawing closer to God and living a holy life. Helping to build and sustain Jewish communities, including synagogues, schools, and other communal institutions. promoting peace, justice, and compassion in the world, and working to alleviate suffering and oppression. Serving as a moral and ethical example for others, and sharing Jewish values and traditions with people of other faiths and backgrounds. Overall, the Jewish mission is a multifaceted and ongoing project that seeks to unite the Jewish people in service to God and to bring blessings to the world. In Jewish tradition, the temple was considered the holiest site and the place where God's presence dwelled in a unique way. The temple in Jerusalem was the center of Jewish worship, and it was believed that God's presence was particularly concentrated in the innermost part of the temple, the Holy of Holies. According to Jewish scripture, during the time of the first temple, God's presence was said to have been manifest in a visible way in the Holy of Holies, specifically in the form of a bright cloud called the Shekinah. However, it is important to note that this manifestation of God's presence was not something that was visible to everyone, but rather was experienced only by the high priest on Yom Kippur, the Day of Atonement. During the Second Temple period, there is no record of any visible manifestation of God's presence in the temple. However, the temple was still considered a holy site, and it was the center of Jewish worship and religious life until it was destroyed by the Romans in 70 CE. It is beyond me that Jews actually believe the prophets of a future everlasting temple, even though God never stated to Moses this future in the Bible. The statistics are against such possibilities, with a record of 0 to 2 of not lasting to be precise. It also seems that the Second Temple wasn't much of God's liking, that the Shekinah didn't return, and to believe it would return for the Third Temple is borderline ludicrous. Chapter 5, Man-Made Contradictions. The question of why intelligent and educated people sometimes adhere to religious or ideological beliefs that may seem to be unfounded or even irrational is complex. There is no simple answer or explanation, as people's beliefs and attitudes are shaped by a wide range of factors, including upbringing, culture, personal experiences, and social context. One possible explanation is that people's beliefs and values are often deeply rooted in their personal identity and sense of meaning and purpose in life. For some individuals, their religious or ideological beliefs may provide a sense of community, connection, and purpose that is not easily found elsewhere. Even if these beliefs are not based on empirical evidence or rational argumentation, they may still be deeply meaningful and fulfilling for those who hold them. Another factor that can influence people's beliefs is the influence of authority figures, such as religious leaders, political leaders, or charismatic speakers. People may be swayed by the charisma, confidence, or authority of these figures, and may be more likely to accept their teachings or ideologies even if they are not based on sound evidence or reasoning. Additionally, people's beliefs may be influenced by cognitive biases, such as confirmation bias, which can lead people to seek out information that confirms their pre-existing beliefs and discount or ignore information that contradicts them. This can make it difficult for individuals to critically evaluate their own beliefs and to consider alternative perspectives. Overall, the question of why intelligent and educated people may still believe in what others see as fake religions or obscure ideologies is a complex one, and there is no single answer or explanation. It is important to approach these issues with empathy, respect, and an openness to different perspectives, and to strive to understand the underlying motivations and values that shape people's beliefs. Man's contradictions to their faiths, Judaism, Christianity, and Islam are the three Abrahamic faiths that trace their roots to the prophet Abraham. While these religions share some similarities, there are also significant differences and controversies between them. Here are some of the key differences and controversies between Judaism and the other Abrahamic faiths. The concept of God. One of the most significant differences between Judaism and Christianity is the concept of God. In Judaism, God is seen as one indivisible entity, and the belief in the Trinity is rejected. In Christianity, God is believed to exist as three persons, the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. In Islam, God is seen as one indivisible entity, similar to Judaism. The role of Jesus. Another major difference between Judaism and Christianity is the role of Jesus. While Christians believe that Jesus is the Messiah and the Son of God, Jews do not recognize Jesus as the Messiah. Instead, they believe that the Messiah has not yet arrived. In Islam, Jesus is considered a prophet and is revered as one of the most important prophets in the religion. The role of the Bible. Judaism and Christianity share the Old Testament as their holy book, but Christianity also includes the New Testament, which contains the teachings of Jesus and his disciples. The Jewish interpretation of the Old Testament differs from the Christian interpretation, with Jews placing more emphasis on the written Torah and oral traditions. In Islam, the Quran is the primary holy book, and it is believed to be the final revelation from God. Religious practices. While all three religions share some similar religious practices, there are also significant differences. For example, in Judaism, the Sabbath is observed from sundown on Friday until nightfall on Saturday. In Christianity, Sunday is the primary day of worship, and there are various forms of worship, including liturgy, sacraments, and prayer. In Islam, Friday is the primary day of worship, and there are 5 daily prayers, as well as other religious practices. Controversies. There are several controversies that exist between Judaism and the other Abrahamic faiths. One of the most contentious issues is the Israeli-Palestinian conflict, which has its roots in the religious and political differences between Jews and Muslims. Another controversy is the issue of proselytization, with Christians often attempting to convert Jews to Christianity, which is seen as disrespectful and offensive by many Jews. In conclusion, while Judaism shares some similarities with Christianity and Islam, there are also significant differences and controversies between them. These differences can be traced back to differences in beliefs, practices, and interpretations of religious texts. Despite these differences, it is important to remember that all three religions share a common ancestry and have contributed to the cultural and spiritual heritage of humanity. Judaism, as one of the Abrahamic faiths, has significant differences and controversies with non-Abrahamic faiths such as Hinduism, Buddhism, and Taoism. Here are some of the key differences and controversies between Judaism and non-Abrahamic faiths. Concept of God. In Judaism, God is seen as a personal and involved God who created the universe and intervenes in the world. In Hinduism, there are multiple gods and goddesses, and the ultimate reality is seen as a formless, infinite consciousness called Brahman. In Buddhism, the concept of God is not central to the religion, and the focus is on personal enlightenment and ending suffering. In Taoism, the concept of God is also not central, and the focus is on living in harmony with nature. Religious texts. In Judaism, the Torah is the primary holy book and contains the teachings and laws given to Moses by God. In Hinduism, there are multiple holy texts, including the Vedas, the Upanishads, and the Bhagavad Gita. In Buddhism, the primary holy texts are the sutras, which contain the teachings of the Buddha. In Taoism, the Tao Te Ching is the primary holy text, and it contains the teachings of the Taoist philosopher Lao Tzu. Religious practices. Judaism has specific religious practices such as keeping kosher, observing the Sabbath, and performing daily prayer. In Hinduism, there are various religious practices such as puja, worship, meditation, and yoga. In Buddhism, there are practices such as meditation, mindfulness, and the Eightfold Path. In Taoism, there are practices such as meditation, qigong, breathing exercises, and feng shui, arranging one's environment for optimal energy flow. Controversies. There are several controversies between Judaism and non-Abrahamic faiths, including issues such as the treatment of animals in Hinduism and the question of whether Buddhism is a religion or a philosophy. In recent years, there has been controversy surrounding the treatment of the Rohingya Muslim minority in predominantly Buddhist Myanmar, Burma. In conclusion, Judaism and non-Abrahamic faiths have significant differences and controversies, including differences in the concept of God, religious texts, and religious practices. Despite these differences, there are also similarities, including a focus on personal growth, morality, and the search for meaning and purpose in life. In Judaism, the mission or purpose of Gentiles, non-Jews, in the world is generally understood to be different from that of Jews. While Jews have a unique relationship with God and a specific set of commandments and responsibilities, Gentiles are seen as having a more general obligation to follow a set of ethical principles known as the 7 Laws of Noah, also called the Noahide laws. According to Jewish tradition, the 7 Laws of Noah were given by God to Noah after the flood as a set of basic moral guidelines for all of humanity. The laws include prohibitions against idolatry, blasphemy, murder, theft, sexual immorality, eating the flesh of a living animal, and failing to establish courts of justice. Observance of these laws is seen as a way for Gentiles to fulfill their mission of living ethical lives and contributing to a more just and compassionate world. Jewish tradition also recognizes the potential for Gentiles to develop deep and meaningful relationships with God through their own religious traditions and practices. While Jews believe that the Torah and the commandments given to Moses at Mount Sinai are the primary means by which Jews can connect with God, they also believe that Gentiles can develop their own unique relationships with God through their own spiritual paths and traditions. Overall, the mission of Gentiles in Judaism is seen as one of living ethical lives, contributing to a more just and compassionate world, and developing meaningful relationships with God through their own spiritual paths and traditions. The authorship of the various books of the Jewish Tanakh, also known as the Hebrew Bible or Old Testament, is a complex and debated topic. While some books have clear attributions to specific authors, others were likely compiled over a period of time by multiple scribes and editors. Here is a brief overview of some of the traditional attributions and historical scholarship on the authorship of the books of the Tanakh. The Torah, Genesis, Exodus, Leviticus, Numbers, Deuteronomy. According to Jewish tradition, Moses is the primary author of the Torah, having received the divine revelations and commandments directly from God at Mount Sinai. However, modern biblical scholarship generally recognizes that the Torah was likely compiled over a period of centuries by multiple authors and editors, with some sources dating back to the Babylonian exile in the 6th century BCE and others to earlier periods. The Nevi'im, prophets. The books of the prophets include a variety of authors and genres, including historical narratives, prophetic oracles, and wisdom literature. Some of the books have clear authorship attributions, such as the books of Samuel, Kings, and Isaiah, while others are more ambiguous. The authorship of some of the prophetic books, such as Jeremiah and Ezekiel, is also debated among scholars. The Ketuvim, writings. The writings include a diverse collection of books, such as Psalms, Proverbs, Job, Ruth, Esther, and Daniel. While some of the books have clear authorship attributions, such as the Psalms being attributed to King David, others are more uncertain. The authorship of books like Job, Ecclesiastes, and Song of Solomon is particularly debated among scholars. Overall, the authorship of the Tanakh is a complex and evolving field of scholarship, with ongoing debates and new discoveries shedding light on the origins and development of these ancient texts. While there is no comprehensive listing of all the scribes who contributed to the various books of the Tanakh, the collective wisdom and insights of these texts continue to inspire and inform Jewish thought and practice to this day. The Nevi'im, prophets, is a collection of books in the Jewish Tanakh that includes a variety of authors and genres, including historical narratives, prophetic oracles, and wisdom literature. Here is a brief overview of some of the traditional attributions and historical scholarship on the authorship of the books of Nevi'im. The books of Joshua, Judges, Samuel, and Kings. These books are traditionally attributed to the prophet Samuel, with some portions possibly added by other scribes and editors. The books of Isaiah, Jeremiah, Lamentations, and Ezekiel. These books are attributed to the prophets Isaiah, Jeremiah, and Ezekiel, respectively, with some portions possibly added by other scribes and editors. The 12 minor prophets. These 12 short prophetic books are traditionally attributed to 12 different prophets, including Hosea, Joel, Amos, Obadiah, Jonah, Micah, Nahum, Habakkuk, Zephaniah, Haggai, Zechariah, and Malachi. The books of Joshua, Judges, Samuel, and Kings. These books are traditionally attributed to the prophet Samuel, with some portions possibly added by other scribes and editors. The Book of Ruth. The authorship of this book is uncertain, although it is traditionally attributed to the prophet Samuel. The books of Chronicles, Ezra, and Nehemiah. These books are traditionally attributed to the scribe Ezra, with some portions possibly added by other scribes and editors. Overall, while some books of Nevi'im have clear authorship attributions, such as Isaiah, Jeremiah, and Ezekiel, others are more ambiguous or have been compiled over time by multiple authors and editors. Nonetheless, these texts continue to inspire and inform Jewish thought and practice to this day. The Ketuvim, writings, is the final section of the Jewish Tanakh, and it includes a diverse collection of books, including poetry, wisdom literature, historical narratives, and apocalyptic literature. Here is a brief overview of some of the traditional attributions and historical scholarship on the authorship of the books of Ketuvim. Psalms. The Book of Psalms is traditionally attributed to King David, although many of the Psalms are anonymous or have multiple possible authors. Proverbs, Ecclesiastes, and Song of Songs. These books are traditionally attributed to King Solomon. Job. The authorship of the Book of Job is uncertain, although it is often attributed to an unknown poet. The Five Scrolls, Megillot. These 5 books include Ruth, Song of Songs, Ecclesiastes, Lamentations, and Esther. Each book has a different author and background, and their authorship is not explicitly stated. Daniel, Ezra, and Nehemiah. These books are traditionally attributed to the scribe Ezra, with some portions possibly added by other scribes and editors. Chronicles. The 2 books of Chronicles are traditionally attributed to the scribe Ezra, with some portions possibly added by other scribes and editors. Overall, the books of Ketuvim have a variety of authorship attributions, with some books having clear authorship traditions, such as the Psalms being attributed to King David, and others having uncertain or ambiguous authorship, such as the Book of Job. Nonetheless, these texts continue to be valued and studied for their rich literary and theological content. There are several Jewish texts that did not make it into the Tanakh, which is the Jewish canon of Scripture. These texts are collectively known as the Apocrypha or the Deuterocanonical books, and they include Tobit, a book that tells the story of a righteous Israelite named Tobit who is guided by an angel and helps his kinsman in need. Judith, a book that tells the story of a courageous widow named Judith who saves her town from the invading army of the Assyrians. Wisdom of Solomon, a book that explores the nature of wisdom and its role in the lives of human beings. Sirach, also known as Ecclesiasticus, a book of wisdom literature that provides practical advice on how to live a virtuous life. Baruch, a book that contains a collection of prayers and meditations on the theme of repentance. 1 and 2 Maccabees, historical books that recount the events of the Maccabean revolt and the establishment of the Hasmonean dynasty. The reason why these texts did not make it into the Tanakh is a matter of debate among scholars. Some scholars argue that they were not included because they were written after the Hebrew Bible had been canonized, while others suggest that they were not accepted by the Jewish community because they were not originally written in Hebrew. It is also possible that the content of these books did not meet the criteria for inclusion in the canon, which emphasized the centrality of the Torah and the prophetic books. However, these texts are still considered to be valuable works of Jewish literature and are included in the canon of other religious traditions, such as the Catholic and Orthodox Christian Bibles. According to Jewish tradition, when the Messiah comes, there will be significant changes in the world, including changes in the way certain religious practices are observed. One such change is that the laws of kashrut, which dictate which animals are permitted and forbidden to eat, will be altered. While there are different interpretations among Jewish scholars about which specific animals will be permitted to eat in the Messianic era, one traditional view is that all animals will be permissible to eat, as it says in the book of Isaiah 11 verses 6-9, the wolf will live with the lamb, the leopard will lie down with the goat, the calf and the lion and the yearling together, and a little child will lead them. The cow will feed with the bear, their young will lie down together, and the lion will eat straw like the ox. The infant will play near the cobra's den, and the young child will put its hand into the viper's nest. They will neither harm nor destroy on all my holy mountain, for the earth will be filled with the knowledge of the Lord as the waters cover the sea. This passage is interpreted by some to mean that in the Messianic era, even animals that were previously considered predatory or dangerous will no longer be harmful, and therefore will be permissible to eat. However, it is important to note that these interpretations are subject to ongoing debate and discussion among Jewish scholars, and the specific details of how the laws of kashrut will change in the Messianic era are not known. The prophecy speaks about animals forbidden to eat which will become permissible for a future time is uncanny. Especially when dealing with the continued murder of animals, when the animals themselves have gone beyond nature and are living in peace. Changes in observances. Both Hanukkah and Purim are important holidays within Jewish tradition and are celebrated by Jews of all denominations. They are not separate Jewish religions, but rather part of the rich tapestry of Jewish religious and cultural life. Surprisingly, these are the only holidays created by man not mentioned in the Torah and are also celebrations that are similar to Gentile holidays, since only on these holiday Jews don't need to refrain from the usage of fire and they focus on drinking alcohol and giving gifts. Hanukkah is an 8-day Jewish holiday commemorating the rededication of the Second Temple in Jerusalem after it was desecrated by the Seleucid Empire in the 2nd century BCE. The holiday is celebrated by lighting the candles on a special menorah, playing games, and eating foods fried in oil. Purim is a Jewish holiday that commemorates the deliverance of the Jewish people from a plot to exterminate them in ancient Persia, as recounted in the Book of Esther. The holiday is celebrated by reading the Book of Esther, giving gifts of food to friends and family, and participating in festive meals and carnivals. According to Jewish tradition, the coming of the Messiah will bring about significant changes in the world, including changes in the way certain Jewish holidays are observed. There are different opinions among Jewish scholars about which holidays will continue to be celebrated and which ones will no longer be observed. One tradition holds that after the arrival of the Messiah, only the holiday of Purim will continue to be celebrated, since it commemorates a miracle that occurred outside of the land of Israel and is not related to the sacrificial system in the temple. This tradition suggests that other holidays that are tied to the temple and sacrificial offerings, such as Passover and Yom Kippur, will no longer be observed. However, other Jewish scholars maintain that all of the Jewish holidays will continue to be celebrated, but with some modifications. For example, the holiday of Sukkot, which celebrates the temporary dwellings that the Israelites lived in during their journey in the desert, may take on a new meaning in the Messianic era, with the sukkah representing a symbol of peace and unity among all nations. Passover is a Jewish holiday that commemorates the Israelites' liberation from slavery in ancient Egypt. The holiday is celebrated for 7 or 8 days, depending on the Jewish tradition. The story of Passover is told in the book of Exodus in the Hebrew Bible. Shavuot is a Jewish holiday that commemorates the giving of the Torah, the first 5 books of the Hebrew Bible, to the Israelites at Mount Sinai. The holiday is celebrated 7 weeks, 49 days, after the first day of Passover, and is also known as the Feast of Weeks or Pentecost. According to Jewish tradition, the Israelites were freed from slavery in Egypt on the first day of Passover, and 7 weeks later they arrived at Mount Sinai, where they received the Torah from God. Shavuot celebrates this momentous event and the giving of the 10 Commandments. It is strange that the prophets see the future and yet this part of the future they don't see. Equally strange, the holidays that were fundamental to Judaism will no longer continue to be observed, even though the Bible specifically states to observe the official holidays of Passover and Shavuot. These holidays are the foundation to the entire religion as a tribute to the miracles done by God for the nation of Israel, including the bounding of their relationship with God eternally. It is here that we see the ideology of the Christians for a New Testament that came into existence from the verses of the prophet Jeremiah spoke about a new covenant that God would make with his people in Jeremiah 31 verses 31 to 34. Behold, the days are coming, declares the Lord, when I will make a new covenant with the house of Israel and the house of Judah, not like the covenant that I made with their fathers on the day when I took them by the hand to bring them out of the land of Egypt, my covenant that they broke, though I was their husband, declares the Lord. For this is the covenant that I will make with the house of Israel after those days, declares the Lord, I will put my law within them, and I will write it on their hearts. And I will be their God, and they shall be my people. And no longer shall each one teach his neighbor and each his brother, saying, Know the Lord, for they shall all know me, from the least of them to the greatest, declares the Lord. For I will forgive their iniquity, and I will remember their sin no more. The entire Talmud is comprised of contradictions of the forgotten and lost religion from the diaspora, which is comprised by a Talmud written by rabbis in the centuries following its compilation. Some sages say it is considered the new covenant that the prophet Jeremiah spoke of. It is the oral law that consists of discussions and debates on the Mishnah and Gemara, and includes stories, parables, and revolves around legal arguments on each subject. There are several instances in the Hebrew Bible, Old Testament, where the Jewish people or their leaders fail to fulfill a mission or task given to them by God. Some of these instances include the golden calf. After Moses led the Israelites out of Egypt and into the desert, he went up to Mount Sinai to receive the 10 Commandments from God. While he was gone, the Israelites grew impatient and asked Aaron, Moses' brother, to make them a god to worship. Aaron made a golden calf, and the Israelites worshipped it instead of God. When Moses returned and saw what had happened, he smashed the tablets with the 10 Commandments and rebuked the Israelites for their disobedience. Exodus 32. The spies. When the Israelites were on the verge of entering the Promised Land, God instructed Moses to send 12 spies to scout out the land. When the spies returned, 10 of them reported that the land was full of strong, fortified cities and powerful people, and that it would be impossible to conquer. Only 2 of the spies, Joshua and Caleb, believed that the Israelites could overcome the obstacles and take the land. The Israelites believed the majority report, and as a result, God punished them by making them wander in the wilderness for 40 years, Numbers 13-14. King Saul. Saul was the first king of Israel, chosen by God to lead the people. However, he disobeyed God's commands on several occasions, and eventually, God rejected him as king. One of the most significant instances of Saul's disobedience was when he was commanded to destroy the Amalekites and all their possessions, but instead, he spared their king and some of their livestock. As a result, God told Saul that his kingdom would not endure. 1 Samuel 15. The Jewish leaders are technically face to face with God and still fail with sin. These stories contradict the future prophecies. For the times of the Messiah, God will be known and all nations will not longer sin. Chapter 6, Suicidal Devotion to Faith. Pikuach nefesh is a concept in Judaism that prioritizes the preservation of human life above all other religious obligations. It is based on the principle that the value of human life is paramount, and that all other considerations must be subordinated to the goal of preserving life. According to Jewish law, there are certain situations in which it is permissible to violate religious rules in order to save a life. For example, a doctor may be allowed to perform surgery on the Sabbath, even though this is normally forbidden, if it is necessary to save a life. Similarly, a person may be allowed to eat non-kosher food if it is necessary to prevent starvation or dehydration. The principle of Pikuach nefesh reflects a fundamental belief in the sanctity of life and the inherent dignity of every human being. It is grounded in the Jewish concept of tikkun olam, which emphasizes the importance of repairing the world and promoting the well-being of all people. In practice, the principle of Pikuach nefesh is invoked in a variety of situations, including medical emergencies, natural disasters, and military conflicts. It is also applied in broader social and political contexts, such as efforts to promote peace and social justice. Overall, this concept of Pikuach nefesh is a central tenet of Jewish ethics and law, but it is mentioned in teaching because the Torah laws set restrictions on holidays of not using fire, which impacts the ignition of a car or the spark of turning on electricity. In Judaism, the concept of sacrificing oneself for God refers to the idea of being willing to give up one's own life or well-being in service to God and the Jewish faith. The concept of sacrifice is central to Jewish tradition, and it can be traced back to the stories of the Hebrew Bible. In the book of Genesis, for example, Abraham is willing to sacrifice his son Isaac at God's command, as a test of his faith and devotion. Similarly, in the time of the Maccabees, Jewish soldiers were willing to fight and die in defense of their faith and their people, rather than renounce their beliefs or submit to foreign rule. Throughout Jewish history, there have been many examples of individuals who have sacrificed themselves for God, whether by taking a stand against persecution, participating in acts of selflessness and charity, or simply living their lives with a deep commitment to their faith and values. As the Muslims have copied certain ideologies from the Jews, we see how religion can go from one extreme to the ultimate extreme of their jihad, holy war. Worshipping extremists that have interpreted jihad to include violent actions, including suicide bombings, beheadings, and any means necessary of killing people of other faiths, as was done by the notorious ISIS, Islamic State militia group, has done. Ultimately, the idea of sacrificing oneself for God is rooted in the belief that living a life of devotion and service to God is the ultimate expression of human purpose and fulfillment, and that the rewards of such a life far outweigh any earthly sacrifice that may be required, including one's own life and their family's life. In Jewish tradition, there are 3 cardinal sins that are so severe that a person is required to give up their life rather than commit them. These 3 sins are: murder. Taking the life of an innocent person is considered a grave sin in Judaism, and it is one of the 10 commandments. Therefore, if someone is threatening to kill another person unless the individual commits murder, the person must choose to be killed rather than commit the sin. Idolatry, worshipping idols or other false gods, is strictly forbidden in Jewish law, and it is considered a betrayal of the covenant between God and the Jewish people. Therefore, if someone is forced to bow down to an idol or worship another god, they must choose to be killed rather than commit the sin. Sexual immorality, engaging in sexual relations that are forbidden by Jewish law, is also considered a grave sin. This includes adultery, incest, and homosexuality. Therefore, if someone is being coerced into committing a sexual sin, they must choose to be killed rather than commit the sin. It is sad to see a nation's religion that bases itself from one godly event in history from Egypt to Mount Sinai, that supposedly happened miraculously, is the basis for the entire way of life and even death. In addition, continuing the connection to the faith by suffering from a lifetime of mass terror and murder throughout history is completely irrational and psychologically insane. The power of faith through religion doesn't make a religion correct or true, and definitely is not worth dying for. Furthermore, brainwashing others, specifically innocent children, to do so should be taken seriously. As discussed prior, the Torah law of Pikwach Nefesh needs to take effect. To summarize, a religion written by man, Moses, and others, in the name of God. A supposed miraculous event that happened only once and never again. The God of the Jews that destroys his own nation multiple times, and the nation continues praising that God with barbaric rituals, is a nation worshipping through fear. Judaism says to save your life, but Jews risk their lives by remaining Jewish and practicing Judaism, even after such atrocities such as the Holocaust. Is this proper mental behavior? Still, the Jews have endured centuries of persecution, but they have never given up. They are a proud and resilient people, and they will continue to thrive and to make a difference in the world. The Israelite nation and Jewish religion have a complex and rich history that spans over thousands of years. The following is a broad overview of their defeats in history, starting from their origins in the ancient Near East to the modern-day state of Israel and the Jewish religion. The Israelites were an ancient Semitic people who lived in the land of Canaan, modern-day Israel, Palestine, and Jordan, around the 2nd millennium BCE. According to the Hebrew Bible, the Israelites traced their ancestry back to the patriarch Abraham, who was called by God to leave his homeland and journey to Canaan, where God promised him that his descendants would inherit the land. Abraham's descendants, including his son Isaac and grandson Jacob, became known as the Israelites. The Israelites were a nomadic people who lived in tents and traveled with their herds of sheep and goats. They worshipped a single God, Yahweh, whom they believed had made a covenant, a sacred agreement, with them. The Israelites believed that Yahweh had promised to protect and bless them if they obeyed his commandments. Around the 13th century BCE, the Israelites migrated to Egypt, where they were enslaved by the Pharaoh. According to the Bible, God sent Moses to lead the Israelites out of slavery and back to Canaan. Moses received the 10 Commandments from Yahweh on Mount Sinai, which became the basis for Jewish law. After wandering in the desert for 40 years, the Israelites arrived in Canaan and conquered the land. They established a kingdom under King Saul around the 11th century BCE, which was later succeeded by King David and his son Solomon. During this period, the Israelites built the temple in Jerusalem, which became the center of Jewish worship. However, the kingdom of Israel split into two after the death of Solomon in the 10th century BCE. The northern kingdom, Israel, was conquered by the Assyrians in 722 BCE, while the southern kingdom, Judah, fell to the Babylonians in 586 BCE. The Babylonians destroyed the temple and deported many Jews to Babylon, which became known as the Babylonian exile. After the Babylonian exile, the Jews returned to Judah and rebuilt the temple. They established a system of religious leadership, including the high priest and the Sanhedrin, a council of Jewish leaders, and developed the Hebrew Bible, also known as the Tanakh, as their holy scripture. The Jewish religion continued to evolve over the centuries, with the rise of various sects such as the Pharisees, Sadducees, and Essenes. However, the Jewish people were also subjected to persecution and oppression, including by the Romans who conquered Judah in 63 BCE. This led to a series of Jewish revolts, including the First Jewish-Roman War, 66 to 73 CE, and the Bar Kokhba Revolt, 132 to 136 CE, both of which were ultimately unsuccessful. In 70 CE, the Romans destroyed the Second Temple, marking the beginning of the diaspora, the scattering of Jews outside of their homeland. The Jewish people were forced to adapt to new cultures and environments, and the Jewish religion continued to evolve in different directions. In the 19th century, a movement called Zionism emerged, which sought to establish a Jewish homeland in Palestine. This movement gained momentum after the Holocaust, in which 6 million Jews were killed by the Nazis during World War II. In 1948, the State of Israel was established, becoming the first Jewish majority state in nearly 2,000 years. Today, the Jewish religion is practiced by millions of people around the world, with various denominations including Orthodox, Conservative, Reform, and Reconstructionist Judaism. The State of Israel remains a complex, diverse place. The Jewish controversy is a complex and multifaceted topic that has been the subject of debate and discussion for centuries. The controversy arises from the question of the Jewish people's identity, their place in the world, and their relationship with other nations and cultures. This controversy has been shaped by historical and contemporary issues that have defined the Jewish experience, including persecution, Zionism, religion, relationships with other religions, and the role of Israel. One of the primary issues that have fueled the Jewish controversy is anti-Semitism. Throughout history, Jews have faced discrimination and persecution, often based on their religious beliefs and cultural practices. Anti-Semitic attitudes have been prevalent in many societies, leading to significant tension and conflict between Jewish communities and the broader population. Anti-Semitism has manifested in different forms, including violent attacks, discrimination in employment and education, and exclusion from political and social life. The establishment of Israel in 1948 has also contributed to the Jewish controversy. The Zionist movement aimed to create a Jewish homeland in Palestine, leading to the establishment of Israel. This has been a source of conflict in the region, sparking debates and controversy worldwide. The conflict between Israel and Palestine is a complex issue with differing views on the causes, the appropriate resolution, and the future of the region. The role of religion in Jewish identity is another contentious issue. Judaism is one of the oldest religions in the world, with a rich history and tradition. However, some people argue that Judaism is not just a religion but also a cultural and ethnic identity. This has led to debates about the definition of Jewish identity and who should be considered part of the Jewish community. Jewish identity is influenced by historical, cultural, and religious factors, and there is no one definition of what constitutes being Jewish. Although the ultra-Orthodox say, inherent Judaism is by the mother, and the Hasidim state that both the parents must be of Jewish origin. The relationship between Jews and other religions is also a source of controversy. Throughout history, Jews have lived among other religious groups, often facing persecution and discrimination. Today, Jews continue to have a complex relationship with other religions, particularly Christianity and Islam. The relationship is shaped by historical factors, political considerations, and theological differences. Some have argued for greater interfaith dialogue and cooperation, while others emphasize the importance of maintaining distinct religious identities. Finally, the role of Israel in the Jewish controversy cannot be ignored. Israel is a complex and controversial issue, with many people taking different positions on its history, policies, and actions. Some see Israel as a vital ally in the Middle East, while others view it as a source of ongoing conflict and tension. The ongoing conflict in the region has fueled debates about Israel's role in the Jewish experience and its relationship with other nations. In conclusion, the Jewish controversy is a complex and multifaceted topic that touches on many different issues. The role of anti-Semitism, the conflict between Israel and Palestine, the role of religion in Jewish identity, the relationship between Jews and other religions, and the role of Israel in the Jewish experience are all factors that contribute to ongoing debates and discussions. Despite the controversies and disagreements, it is essential to continue the conversation and strive for greater understanding and tolerance among all people, regardless of their religious or cultural backgrounds. The pursuit of peace, justice, and mutual respect is crucial for the future of the Jewish people and the world at large. The persecution of Jews is a long and complex history that spans over 2,000 years. It has taken many forms and has been perpetuated by different groups and societies. Here is a detailed list of historical persecution of Jews throughout history. Roman persecution, 63 BCE, 313 CE. The Roman Empire was hostile towards Jews, and their policies aimed at suppressing Judaism. Jews were subjected to strict laws, taxation, and often faced violent attacks. Christian persecution, 1st to 18th centuries. Jews faced persecution from the Christian Church throughout history. This persecution included forced conversions, the Inquisition, and the Crusades. Islamic persecution, 7th century onwards. Although Muslims have generally been more tolerant towards Jews than Christians, there have been instances of persecution, such as the forced conversion of Jews in Yemen in the 17th century. Medieval persecution, 11th to 15th centuries. Jews faced persecution during the Middle Ages, including blood libels, massacres, and the establishment of ghettos. Expulsion from Spain, 1492. In 1492, the Catholic monarchs of Spain, Ferdinand and Isabella, ordered the expulsion of all Jews from the country. Pogroms, 19th to 20th centuries. Pogroms were violent attacks on Jewish communities in Russia and Eastern Europe. They were often supported or even encouraged by the government. The Holocaust, 1933 to 1945. The Holocaust was the systematic extermination of 6 million Jews by Nazi Germany during World War II. Jews were forced into ghettos, subjected to medical experiments, and sent to concentration and extermination camps. Anti-Semitic laws in Soviet Union, 1948 to 1991. In the Soviet Union, Jews faced discrimination and persecution, including restrictions on their right to work and live. Anti-Semitic violence in Arab countries, 1948 present. After the establishment of Israel, Jews living in Arab countries faced violence and persecution, resulting in the expulsion of almost 1 million Jews from their homes. Contemporary anti-Semitism. Jews continue to face discrimination, violence, and hatred in various parts of the world, including Europe and the United States. In conclusion, the persecution of Jews is a long and tragic history that continues to this day. It has taken many forms, including forced conversions, massacres, and the Holocaust. Despite this, Jews have persevered and made significant contributions to society. Jewish mysticism, also known as Kabbalah, has been the subject of conflict within Judaism and between Judaism and other religions throughout history. Here are some examples. Conflict between Kabbalists and traditionalists. Kabbalistic teachings have often been at odds with traditional Jewish beliefs and practices. This has led to conflicts between Kabbalists and traditionalists within Judaism, particularly among Orthodox Jews who reject Kabbalah as an unauthorized innovation. Conflict within Kabbalah itself. Within the Kabbalistic tradition, there have been disagreements and conflicts over the interpretation of its teachings. Some Kabbalists have emphasized the importance of studying Kabbalah in isolation, while others have argued that it should be integrated with other areas of Jewish scholarship. Overall, Jewish mysticism has been a source of both inspiration and controversy throughout its history, and its teachings continue to be debated and interpreted in different ways by different groups. Conflict with Christianity. Kabbalistic teachings have been interpreted by some Christians as evidence of a secret Jewish plot to dominate the world. This has led to accusations of Jewish mysticism being used for evil purposes, and has fueled anti-Semitic conspiracy theories. Conflict with Islam. Kabbalistic teachings have also been viewed with suspicion by some Islamic scholars, who see them as an attempt to introduce foreign mystical ideas into the Islamic world. This has led to tensions between Jews and Muslims in areas where Kabbalistic ideas have been influential. It is important to note that any negative attitudes or beliefs towards Jews held by some Muslims are likely influenced by complex historical and political factors, as well as individual and cultural attitudes. There have been periods of conflict and tension between Jews and Muslims throughout history, including political and religious conflicts in the Middle East. Additionally, some Muslims may view Jews negatively due to the ongoing Israeli-Palestinian conflict and the treatment of Palestinians by the Israeli government. It is important to remember that negative attitudes towards any group of people are harmful and can lead to discrimination and violence. It is important to promote understanding, respect, and tolerance towards all individuals, regardless of their religion or background. It is important to note that the relationship between Iran and Israel has been complex and strained for decades, with political, religious, and historical factors at play. Iran is an Islamic republic, and its leaders have been critical of Israel for many years. This may be influenced by a number of factors, including the ongoing Israeli-Palestinian conflict, historical tensions between Jews and Muslims in the Middle East, and the perception that Israel is a pro-Western state that is hostile to Iran. Some leaders in Iran have made statements calling for the destruction of Israel or denying its right to exist. However, it is important to note that not all Iranians or Muslims share these views. Additionally, many Israelis and Jews strongly oppose any violence or aggression towards Iran or any other country. Overall, the relationship between Iran and Israel is critical, and any discussion of the topic should be approached with nuance and sensitivity. It is important to promote understanding and dialogue between different groups and to work towards peaceful solutions to conflicts. Throughout history, there have been various reasons why nations and peoples have attacked Israel and the Jewish people. Some of these reasons include religious differences. Historically, there has been tension and conflict between different religious groups in the Middle East, including Jews, Christians, and Muslims. In some cases, attacks on Israel and the Jewish people have been motivated by religious differences and a desire to establish dominance over a particular religious group. Political conflict. Israel has been a politically controversial state since its establishment in 1948, with many neighboring countries and political groups opposing its existence. Some attacks on Israel and the Jewish people have been motivated by political conflicts, such as disagreements over territory or political power. Antisemitism. Unfortunately, antisemitism has been a persistent problem throughout history, with Jews being targeted for persecution and violence due to their religion and culture. Some attacks on Israel and the Jewish people have been motivated by anti-Semitic beliefs and attitudes. Economic and territorial gain. Some nations and groups may have attacked Israel and the Jewish people in an effort to gain control over valuable resources or territory. It is important to note that these reasons are complex and there are often many factors at play in conflicts and attacks on Israel and the Jewish people. It is important to promote understanding, tolerance, and peaceful dialogue between different groups in order to prevent future conflicts and promote peaceful coexistence. The destruction of the Jewish temples in Jerusalem by the Romans, Greeks, and Babylonians were separate events that occurred at different times in history, each with their own unique set of circumstances. Here are some possible factors that may have contributed to these events. Political and military conflicts. In some cases, the destruction of the Jewish temples was a result of political and military conflicts between the Jewish people and their conquerors. For example, the Babylonians destroyed the first temple in 586 BCE during their conquest of Jerusalem. Religious differences. In some cases, the destruction of the Jewish temples was motivated by religious differences and a desire to suppress or eradicate Jewish religious practices. For example, the Greeks under Antiochus IV Epiphanes attempted to ban Jewish religious practices and desecrated the Second Temple in 167 BCE. Economic and territorial gain. Some conquerors may have destroyed the Jewish temples in an effort to gain control over valuable resources or territory. For example, the Romans destroyed the Second Temple in 70 CE during their conquest of Jerusalem. Rebellion and resistance. In some cases, the destruction of the Jewish temples was a response to Jewish rebellion or resistance against their conquerors. For example, the Romans destroyed the Second Temple in response to the Jewish revolt of 66 to 73 CE. However, some common historical and cultural factors that have contributed to antisemitism include religious prejudice. Antisemitism has often been motivated by religious prejudice, with Jews being viewed as a group that rejected Christianity or other dominant religions. Economic competition. In some cases, antisemitism has been fueled by economic competition, with Jews being viewed as a group that controlled or dominated certain industries or professions. Scapegoating. Jews have often been used as a scapegoat for social and economic problems, with individuals or groups blaming them for everything from financial crises to disease outbreaks. Stereotypes and conspiracy theories. Antisemitism has also been fueled by stereotypes and conspiracy theories about Jews, such as the belief that they are greedy, manipulative, or controlling. Historical events. Finally, historical events such as the Crusades, the Spanish Inquisition, and the Holocaust have contributed to a legacy of antisemitism that has persisted in some parts of the world. It is important to note that antisemitism is a form of bigotry and prejudice that is not justified by any of these factors. Regardless of historical or cultural factors, every individual deserves to be treated with respect and dignity. Like any religion or community, there are some individuals who may engage in extremist behavior within the Jewish community. However, it is important to note that the overwhelming majority of Jews do not support or condone extremist actions. It is important to recognize that these acts of extremism do not represent the beliefs or actions of the majority of Jews or the Jewish religion as a whole. Judaism emphasizes the values of peace, justice, and compassion, and encourages its followers to respect and protect the rights of all people, regardless of their religion or ethnicity. Some examples of Jewish extremism include the actions of the Jewish Defense League, JDL, a militant organization founded in the United States in 1968. The JDL has been linked to acts of violence, including bombings and assassinations, targeting perceived enemies of the Jewish people. There have also been instances of Jewish extremist settlers in Israel engaging in violent attacks on Palestinian civilians and property in the occupied territories. These actions have been condemned by the Israeli government and many Jewish organizations. It is important to recognize that these acts of extremism do not represent the beliefs or actions of the majority of Jews or the Jewish religion as a whole. Judaism emphasizes the values of peace, justice, and compassion, and encourages its followers to respect and protect the rights of all people, regardless of their religion or ethnicity. But this is a prime example of how religions will result with a sector becoming extremist. According to Kabbalistic tradition, Rabbi Akiva's 24,000 Jewish religious students died because they did not treat each other with respect and love. The Talmud teaches that the students died during a period between the festivals of Passover and Shavuot, known as the Omer period, because they failed to show honor and dignity to each other. In Kabbalistic thought, this lack of respect and love among the students caused a breakdown in the spiritual foundations of the world, resulting in a spiritual impurity known as the klippot or husks. The klippot represent negative forces that obscure the divine light of the world, causing suffering and chaos. Rabbi Akiva, who was a great Kabbalist, understood that the only way to repair the damage caused by the death of his students was through the practice of ahavat chinam, unconditional love, and the cultivation of positive qualities such as kindness, compassion, and humility. He therefore taught his remaining students to work on their character traits and to love and respect one another, in order to counteract the negative forces that had been unleashed. In Kabbalistic thought, the tragedy of Rabbi Akiva's students represents the danger of spiritual pride and the importance of cultivating positive character traits and a sense of unity and love among all people. The death of the students was seen as a wake-up call to the Jewish people to work on their spiritual refinement and to cultivate a sense of compassion and love towards others, in order to bring healing and harmony to the world. Judaism has a long history of individuals who suffered and died for their beliefs, including martyrs who were killed for refusing to abandon their faith or for standing up against oppression. Here are 10 of the most well-known Jewish martyrs, along with other holy Jews who died horrific deaths in the name of God. Rabbi Akiva was one of the leading rabbis of the Talmudic era. He was tortured and executed by the Romans in the 2nd century CE for his involvement in a Jewish rebellion against the Roman Empire. Rabbi Hanina ben Teradion, Rabbi Hanina was a Talmudic scholar who was burned at the stake by the Romans for teaching Torah in public. Rabbi Shenania ben Tradion, Rabbi Shenania was another Talmudic scholar who was also burned at the stake by the Romans for teaching Torah in public. The 10 Martyrs were a group of 10 rabbis who were executed by the Romans in the 1st century CE. According to tradition, they were punished for their involvement in a failed Jewish uprising against the Roman Empire. Rabbi Yishmael ben Elisha, Rabbi Yishmael was a prominent Talmudic sage who was killed by the Romans for his teachings. Rabbi Meir Baal Hanus, Rabbi Meir was a Talmudic sage who was persecuted by the Roman authorities for his teachings. He was forced to flee from his home and live in exile. Rabbi Shimon bar Yochai, Rabbi Shimon was a Talmudic sage who was forced to flee from the Roman authorities because of his teachings. He eventually went into hiding in a cave, where he remained for 13 years. Rabbi Elazar ben Shammua, Rabbi Elazar was a Talmudic sage who was killed by the Roman authorities for his teachings. Rabbi Akiva's disciples were a group of 10 students who were killed by the Romans for their involvement in a Jewish rebellion against the Roman Empire. Rabbi Judah Hanasi was a Talmudic sage who was persecuted by the Roman authorities for his teachings. He died in exile. Other holy Jews who died horrific deaths in the name of God include the Maccabees. The Maccabees were a group of Jewish warriors who fought against the Hellenistic Seleucid Empire in the 2nd century BCE. Many of them were killed in battle, while others were executed for their beliefs. Rabbi Yos ben Kisma Rabbi Yoz, was a Talmudic sage who was killed by the Romans for his teachings. Rabbi Yehuda HaChassid. Rabbi Yehuda was a 12th century rabbi who was killed by a mob of Christians in Germany. Rabbi Asher ben Yehiel. Rabbi Asher was a 14th century rabbi who was killed by a Christian mob in Germany. Rabbi Shlomo Malcho. Rabbi Shlomo was a 16th century rabbi who was burned at the stake by the Inquisition for his beliefs. Rabbi Moshe Alshik. Rabbi Moshe was a 16th century rabbi who was killed by the Ottomans for his teachings. These martyrs and holy Jews serve as a reminder of the sacrifices that many Jews have made throughout history to preserve their faith and way of life. In Kabbalah, there are many different interpretations of the reasons behind the destruction of the Jewish temples. Here are a few examples. Lack of unity and love among the Jewish people. According to Kabbalistic teachings, the destruction of the Second Temple was a result of sinat chinom, or baseless hatred, among the Jewish people. This means that there was a lack of unity and love among the Jewish people, which led to internal strife and division. The destruction of the temple was a divine punishment for this sin, and the Jewish people were forced into exile until they learned to overcome their differences and live in harmony with each other. Spiritual corruption. Another Kabbalistic interpretation is that the destruction of the temple was a result of spiritual corruption among the Jewish people. The temple was supposed to be a place of holiness and purity, but instead it had become a center of materialism and greed. God destroyed the temple as a way of cleansing the Jewish people of their spiritual impurities and reminding them of their true purpose as a holy nation. Failure to fulfill the divine purpose. According to Kabbalistic teachings, the Jewish people were chosen by God to be a light unto the nations and to spread God's teachings throughout the world. The temples were meant to be centers of spiritual enlightenment and divine inspiration, but the Jewish people failed to fulfill this purpose. As a result, God allowed the temples to be destroyed, as a reminder of the Jewish people's mission and the consequences of neglecting it. Overall, the Kabbalistic view on the destruction of the Jewish temples is that it was a result of the Jewish people's failure to live up to their spiritual potential and fulfill their divine purpose. The destruction was a wake-up call and a reminder of the importance of unity, love, and spiritual purity in the service of God. Third Temple. While there is currently no Third Temple, some Jews and Jewish groups believe that it will be rebuilt in the future. The timing and circumstances of such a rebuilding are a matter of much speculation and debate. Some believe that the Third Temple will be built by human effort, while others believe that it will be rebuilt miraculously by God. And this is the Torah which Moshe placed before the children of Israel. Our sages, Yoma 72b, comment, if a person merits, the Torah becomes an elixir of life for him. If a person does not merit, it becomes a deadly poison. The story of the 4 students of Rabbi Akiva who went to see God is a well-known one in Jewish tradition and is often told as a cautionary tale about the dangers of studying mysticism without the proper preparation or guidance. According to the story, 4 of Rabbi Akiva's most accomplished students, Ben Azai, Ben Zoma, Aker, and Rabbi Akiva's own son, Rabbi Shimon bar Yochai, decided to embark on a mystical journey to gain a deeper understanding of the divine. They entered a state of deep meditation and began to experience visions of the divine realm. However, when they emerged from this state, they were unable to integrate their experiences into their daily lives. Ben Azai died shortly after, Ben Zoma lost his mind, Aker became a heretic, and only Rabbi Shimon bar Yochai was able to successfully navigate the mystical realm and emerge with his faith intact. According to Jewish law, a Jew is prohibited from marrying a non-Jew who is not a convert to Judaism. This prohibition is based on the principle of maintaining the distinctiveness and continuity of the Jewish people. The Torah instructs Jews to marry within their own faith community in order to preserve their unique identity and cultural heritage. In addition, there are also practical concerns related to interfaith marriage, such as differences in religious practices and beliefs that may create challenges in building a cohesive family unit. These concerns are particularly relevant when one partner is committed to observing the laws and customs of the Jewish faith, while the other partner is not. By ending the Jewish lineage, the family member is ostracized by cutting off the child from the family as to not entice other family members to do the intermarry. However, it is worth noting that Judaism does recognize the value and importance of individuals from other faiths who are committed to living ethical and moral lives in accordance with the 7 Noahide laws. These laws are considered to be universal principles of ethical behavior that apply to all people, regardless of their religious affiliation, yet the Jew must stay focused on the Jewish mission of extremist faith. Regarding the topic of inbreeding in the Jewish community, which refers to the mating of closely related individuals, can lead to an increased risk of genetic disorders and other health problems. However, there is no evidence to suggest that inbreeding is more prevalent in the Jewish community than in any other ethnic or religious group. In fact, many Jewish organizations and communities actively promote genetic screening and counseling in order to reduce the incidence of genetic disorders and promote healthy reproductive choices. These efforts reflect a commitment to promoting the health and well-being of individuals and families within the Jewish community. Only now in this era is this practice possible due to the advancements in biotech. The religious rule to marry in the faith has seen its share of mentally disabled children from inbred hereditary genes throughout history. It is through the curse of genetic inbreeding, one would assume intermarrying via a Jewish conversion was the true interpretation of God for the chosen nation's mission. In the Bible, there are several nations that God instructed the Israelites not to intermarry with. These nations were primarily the Canaanites, Hittites, Amorites, Perizzites, Hivites, and Jebusites. These were the indigenous peoples who inhabited the land of Canaan before the Israelites conquered it and settled there. The reason for this instruction was to prevent the Israelites from being influenced by the religious practices and beliefs of these other nations, which often involved idol worship and other practices that were incompatible with the worship of the one true God. The concern was that intermarriage would lead to a dilution of the Israelites' faith and cultural identity. In addition to these specific nations, there were also general guidelines in the Torah that prohibited Israelites from marrying non-Jewish individuals who were not converts to Judaism. This was based on the principle of maintaining the distinctiveness and continuity of the Jewish people, as well as practical concerns related to interfaith marriage. It is worth noting, however, that these guidelines were specific to the historical and cultural context of the Israelites and were not intended to be universal principles for all times and places. Today, non-Orthodox Jewish communities welcome and embrace individuals from diverse backgrounds and are committed to promoting interfaith understanding and dialogue. But the ultra-Orthodox reject such marriages. Finally, it is worth noting that some Jewish families and communities may choose to cut off ties with a child or family member who marries a non-Jewish individual, particularly if they view this as a betrayal of Jewish identity and continuity. In Jewish tradition, there is a well-known passage in the Talmud, Kiddushin 68b, that discusses the issue of a son who marries a non-Jewish woman. The passage reads as follows. Rabbi Judah said in the name of Rav, if a man has a son who rebels against his father's words and marries a woman who is not fit for him, the father may disown him from his inheritance. Rabbi Shimon said, the father is not allowed to disown his son from his inheritance, for it is written in the Torah, he shall acknowledge the firstborn son of the despised wife, by giving him a double portion of all that he has, for he is the beginning of his strength, the right of the firstborn is his. Deuteronomy 21 verse 17. Based on this passage, some Jewish communities have a practice of disowning a son who marries a non-Jewish woman and excluding him from his share of the family inheritance. However, it is important to note that this practice is not universally observed, and there are many Jewish families who choose to maintain close ties with a child or family member who marries outside the faith. Additionally, this passage is primarily focused on issues of inheritance and does not necessarily reflect broader attitudes towards interfaith marriage or relationships. Ultimately, the decision of whether or not to disown a child or family member is a personal and often difficult one, and it is important to approach this decision with empathy, understanding, and a commitment to maintaining healthy relationships. Chapter 7: Religion versus Science. Judaism and science are not necessarily opposed to each other. Judaism is a religion that encompasses beliefs, practices, and values, while science is a systematic approach to understanding the natural world through observation, experimentation, and analysis. While there may be some areas where the teachings of Judaism and the findings of science appear to be in conflict, many Jews view science as a way to gain a deeper appreciation for the wonders of the natural world that are part of God's creation. One of the fundamental principles of Judaism is that the Torah is the revealed word of God, and that it provides guidance on how to live a moral and ethical life. However, there are different interpretations of the Torah, and Jewish scholars and rabbis have long debated how to reconcile traditional Jewish teachings with the discoveries of science. For example, there has been ongoing debate over the creation story in Genesis and the theory of evolution, with some Jews seeing the two as complementary and others seeing them as irreconcilable. General information on some of the common controversies and issues that have arisen in relation to religion. Interpretation of religious texts. One of the most common controversies related to religion is the interpretation of religious texts. Different interpretations of the same text can lead to varying beliefs and practices within the same religion, as well as conflicts between different religious groups. Religious conflicts. Throughout history, there have been many conflicts and wars that have been motivated by religious differences. These conflicts often arise due to competing beliefs, values, and practices, and can result in violence and discrimination. Separation of church and state. The relationship between religion and government is often a contentious issue, particularly when it comes to issues such as the role of religion in public life, government funding for religious institutions, and religious exemptions from certain laws. Gender and sexuality. Many religious traditions have been criticized for their treatment of women and members of the LGBTQ+ community. These criticisms often center around issues such as gender roles, reproductive rights, and same-sex marriage. Science and religion. There is often tension between science and religion, particularly around issues such as the origin of the universe and the theory of evolution. Some religious groups reject scientific explanations for these phenomena, while others try to reconcile scientific findings with their religious beliefs. It's important to remember that religious controversies and issues can vary widely depending on the specific religion and cultural context. As a writer, my goal is to provide information and understanding, not to take sides or promote any particular viewpoint. There are various conflicts and contradictions between the accounts of creation and timing in the Abrahamic faiths and scientific theories. One of the main areas of conflict is the age of the universe and the Earth. According to scientific estimates, the universe is approximately 13.8 billion years old, and the Earth is approximately 4.5 billion years old. However, the creation accounts in the Abrahamic faiths, such as the biblical account in Genesis, suggest that the universe and the Earth were created in a much shorter time period, such as 6 days. Another area of conflict is the origin and development of life on Earth. According to scientific theories of evolution, life on Earth has developed over a period of billions of years through a process of natural selection and genetic mutation. However, the creation accounts in the Abrahamic faith suggest that life on Earth was created in a more sudden and miraculous manner, such as through the breath of God. There are also conflicts and contradictions between the scientific understanding of the universe and the Abrahamic faith's understanding of the nature of the universe and the role of a divine creator. While science seeks to explain the natural world through empirical observation and testing, the Abrahamic faiths often view the natural world as evidence of a divine creator and his ongoing involvement in the world. The Jewish Orthodox community has traditionally held a literal interpretation of the creation story presented in the Bible, which places the date of the world's creation at approximately 5,781 years ago. This interpretation is at odds with the scientific consensus that the universe and the Earth are billions of years old, and that humans evolved over millions of years. As a result, there has been controversy within the Jewish Orthodox community regarding the relationship between science and the traditional religious interpretation of the creation story. Some within the community reject scientific evidence for an old Earth and the theory of evolution, arguing that it contradicts the teachings of the Torah. Others within the community have attempted to reconcile the scientific evidence with traditional religious beliefs. For example, some have suggested that the 6 days of creation in the Bible represent periods of time rather than literal 24-hour days, allowing for the possibility of an old Earth. Others have suggested that the creation story in the Bible is not intended to be a scientific account of the origins of the universe and humans, but rather a poetic and symbolic description of God's creative power. The Jewish Orthodox community has traditionally been skeptical of the theory of human evolution, which suggests that humans evolved from earlier primate species over millions of years. This is because the idea of human evolution appears to contradict the creation story presented in the Bible, which portrays humans as having been created directly by God. As a result, there has been controversy within the Jewish Orthodox community about the relationship between science and religious belief when it comes to the theory of human evolution. Some within the community reject the theory of evolution outright, arguing that it is incompatible with traditional religious teachings. Others within the community have attempted to reconcile the scientific evidence with traditional religious beliefs. For example, some have suggested that the theory of evolution may be seen as part of God's plan for the world, and that the development of life on Earth over millions of years could be seen as a reflection of God's ongoing creative activity. There have also been efforts to reinterpret the creation story presented in the Bible in light of scientific evidence. For example, some have suggested that the description of Adam and Eve in the Bible should be understood as symbolic rather than literal, and that it does not necessarily conflict with the idea of human evolution. Overall, the controversy within the Jewish Orthodox community about the theory of human evolution reflects a broader debate within religious communities around the world about the relationship between faith and scientific evidence. While some see these two perspectives as incompatible, others see them as complementary ways of understanding the world and humanity's place within it. Circumcision. There are both potential medical benefits and risks associated with circumcision, and it is a controversial topic. Here are some potential medical benefits. Reduced risk of urinary tract infections. Circumcision has been shown to reduce the risk of urinary tract infections, UTIs, in infants, particularly in the first year of life. However, the overall risk of UTIs in males is low. Lower risk of sexually transmitted infections. Circumcision has been associated with a lower risk of contracting sexually transmitted infections, STIs, including HIV. However, safe sexual practices such as using condoms are still recommended to prevent STIs. Decreased risk of penile cancer. Circumcision has been associated with a decreased risk of penile cancer, although this type of cancer is rare overall. Easier hygiene. Circumcision can make it easier to keep the penis clean, although proper hygiene practices can achieve the same results in uncircumcised males. Hemophilia is a genetic disorder that affects the blood's ability to clot properly. It is possible for people with hemophilia to experience excessive bleeding after an injury or surgery, including circumcision. If bleeding is not properly controlled, it can lead to serious complications, including death, which has happened. The practice known as metzitza b'peh, oral suction, which is a traditional Jewish circumcision ritual in which the mohel, a Jewish person trained to perform circumcisions, uses his mouth to suction blood from the circumcision wound. This practice has been associated with a small risk of transmitting infections, including herpes simplex virus, HSV, from the mohel to the infant. It's important to note that this practice is not universally accepted within the Jewish community and is not required by Jewish law but is strongly practiced by the ultra-Orthodox communities. In fact, some Jewish organizations, including the Central Conference of American Rabbis and the Rabbinical Council of America, have discouraged or even banned the practice of oral suction due to health concerns. Interestingly enough, God is commanding the circumcision, yet babies die from hemophilia or contract a lifetime STD. Also, the individual's free will is non-existent. It's important to note that the medical benefits of circumcision are not significant enough to recommend routine circumcision for all males. The decision to circumcise should be made on an individual basis, taking into account the potential risks and benefits, as well as cultural and personal preferences. Genetic disabilities. Inbred children, who are the offspring of closely related parents such as first cousins or closer, are at an increased risk of several health complications. These complications can be both physical and mental, and can range in severity. Some of the potential physical complications of inbreeding include increased risk of genetic disorders. Inbred children have a higher risk of inheriting genetic disorders such as cystic fibrosis, sickle cell anemia, and hemophilia, among others. Birth defects. Inbred children are at an increased risk of being born with birth defects such as heart defects, cleft palate, and neural tube defects. Lowered immune system function. Inbred children may have a weakened immune system, making them more susceptible to infections. Hearing and vision problems. Inbred children may have hearing or vision problems, such as deafness or blindness. Developmental delays. Inbred children may experience developmental delays, including cognitive and physical delays. In addition to physical complications, inbred children may also be at an increased risk of mental health issues, such as intellectual disability. Inbred children may have a higher risk of intellectual disability and other cognitive impairments. Behavioral problems. Inbred children may be more likely to exhibit behavioral problems, such as aggression, anxiety, and depression. Autism spectrum disorders. Inbred children may be at an increased risk of autism spectrum disorders. It's important to note that not all inbred children will experience these complications, and the severity of these complications can vary. However, the risks associated with inbreeding are significant, and individuals who are considering having children with a close relative should consult with a healthcare professional or genetic counselor to understand the potential risks. Throughout history, there have been instances of conflicts between scientific discoveries and religious beliefs. For example, the Copernican revolution challenged the geocentric view of the universe held by many religious scholars at the time. Similarly, the theory of evolution challenged traditional religious beliefs about the origins of life. Judaism is a religion that encompasses beliefs, practices, and values, while science is a systematic approach to understanding the natural world through observation, experimentation, and analysis. While there may be some areas where the teachings of Judaism and the findings of science appear to be in conflict, many Jews view science as a way to gain a deeper appreciation for the wonders of the natural world that are part of God's creation. One of the fundamental principles of Judaism is that the Torah is the revealed word of God, and that it provides guidance on how to live a moral and ethical life. However, there are different interpretations of the Torah, and Jewish scholars and rabbis have long debated how to reconcile traditional Jewish teachings with the discoveries of science. Overall, Judaism values education and intellectual inquiry, and many Jews see science as a way to deepen their understanding of the world and of God's creation. While there may be disagreements over specific scientific theories, there is no inherent conflict between Judaism and science as long as both are approached with an open mind and a willingness to learn, while others see them as irreconcilable. There are several controversies that can arise when discussing atheism and Judaism, some of which include: Jewish law requires the belief in God. Judaism is a religion that places a significant emphasis on the belief in God. Jewish law, which is derived from the Torah, requires Jews to believe in God and to follow His commandments. Atheism, by definition, is the rejection of the belief in God. Therefore, some Jews may view atheism as incompatible with Judaism. The role of atheism in Jewish history. Atheism has played a role in Jewish history, particularly during the Enlightenment period. Many Jewish intellectuals embraced atheism as a way to assimilate into European society and distance themselves from traditional Jewish beliefs. This led to a controversy within the Jewish community about the compatibility of atheism with Judaism. The role of reason and rationality in Judaism. Judaism has a rich tradition of philosophical inquiry and intellectual discourse. Some Jewish thinkers have argued that reason and rationality are fundamental to Judaism and that atheism can be viewed as a legitimate philosophical position within the Jewish tradition. The relationship between atheism and Jewish identity. For some Jews, atheism may be viewed as a rejection of Jewish identity and heritage. However, there are also Jews who see atheism as a natural expression of their Jewish identity, particularly in the context of secular or cultural Judaism. Overall, the relationship between atheism and Judaism is complex. While some Jews may view atheism as incompatible with Judaism, others see it as a legitimate philosophical position within the Jewish tradition. Ultimately, the relationship between atheism and Judaism is a matter of personal belief and interpretation. The transition from atheism to Judaism can sometimes be a controversial topic, both within the Jewish community and among atheists. For some atheists, the concept of embracing religion and the existence of a deity can be seen as a betrayal of their previous beliefs and values. They may feel that by becoming religious, a person is relinquishing their critical thinking and scientific skepticism, which are often seen as core tenets of atheism. On the other hand, the Jewish community may be skeptical of someone who was previously an atheist, particularly if their conversion is seen as insincere or driven by external factors such as marriage or social pressure. However, it's important to remember that individual journeys to faith are deeply personal and can involve complex factors such as personal experiences, intellectual curiosity, and a desire for community and spiritual connection. Judaism, like all religions, welcomes sincere seekers who are committed to learning, growth, and ethical living, regardless of their previous beliefs or backgrounds. Ultimately, whether someone chooses to embrace religion or remain an atheist is a personal decision that should be respected, and the Jewish community, like all religious communities, should strive to be welcoming and inclusive to all who seek to explore their faith. Throughout history, there have been instances of conflicts between scientific discoveries and religious beliefs. Despite these conflicts, many religious individuals and organizations have found ways to reconcile their faith with scientific discoveries. Some argue that science and religion are two different ways of understanding the world, and that they can coexist without contradicting each other. Others believe that religious teachings should be interpreted in a way that is consistent with scientific knowledge. The Jewish mission, according to Judaism, is to fulfill the covenant between God and the Jewish people as outlined in the Torah, and to serve as a light unto the nations. This means that Jews are called to live their lives in accordance with God's commandments and to strive for ethical behavior and social justice, both within the Jewish community and in the wider world, even if it conflicts with science and the evolution of humans and time. Chapter 8: Universal God versus Religious God. The concept of a universal God can be interpreted in different ways, depending on one's religious or philosophical beliefs. In monotheistic religions such as Christianity, Islam, and Judaism, God is believed to be a singular, all-knowing, all-powerful deity who created the universe and everything in it. In this sense, God is seen as a universal force that transcends human limitations and exists outside of the physical world. In some philosophical traditions, the concept of a universal God refers to a higher power or cosmic consciousness that underlies all of reality. This view often emphasizes the interconnectedness of all things and suggests that there is a higher purpose or meaning to life that goes beyond individual experience. Ultimately, the idea of a universal God is a deeply personal and subjective belief that can vary widely from person to person. It is often shaped by cultural and social factors as well as personal experiences and beliefs. The concept of universal faith, or belief in the universe energy, is often associated with various spiritual and philosophical traditions that emphasize the interconnectedness of all things. This belief holds that there is a fundamental energy or life force that animates all living beings, and that this energy is present throughout the entire universe. This energy is sometimes referred to as chi, prana, or universal energy, depending on the cultural or spiritual context. Proponents of this belief often suggest that by tapping into this universal energy, one can achieve greater health, happiness, and spiritual fulfillment. Practices such as meditation, yoga, and acupuncture are often used to help individuals connect with this energy and promote overall well-being. While the idea of a universal energy or life force is not accepted by all cultures or belief systems, it is a concept that has resonated with many people throughout history. For some, the belief in a universal energy provides a sense of connection to the natural world and a deeper understanding of their place in the universe. Seeking the universal God refers to the search for a spiritual understanding that transcends individual religious or cultural boundaries and encompasses a broader, universal understanding of the divine. This search may involve exploring different religious traditions, studying philosophy and spirituality, engaging in meditation or contemplative practices, or pursuing personal experiences of transcendence or enlightenment. For many people, seeking the universal God is a way to find a deeper sense of meaning and purpose in life, as well as a way to connect with others and the world around them in a more profound way. It can involve a process of questioning and exploring one's own beliefs and assumptions, as well as a willingness to embrace new ideas and perspectives. At its core, seeking the universal God is about recognizing the interconnectedness of all things and embracing a more inclusive, compassionate approach to spirituality and religion. It involves recognizing that there are many different paths to the divine, and that each individual's spiritual journey is unique and personal. While seeking the universal God can be a deeply rewarding and transformative experience, it can also be challenging and require a willingness to confront and question deeply held beliefs and assumptions. It may involve encountering conflicting viewpoints and grappling with difficult questions about the nature of reality and the divine. Ultimately, seeking the universal God is a personal journey that requires patience, openness, and a willingness to explore new ideas and perspectives. By embracing a more inclusive and compassionate approach to spirituality, individuals can find deeper meaning and purpose in their lives and connect with a broader, universal understanding of the divine. Using wisdom instead of evil to prove the ultimate truth is a common theme in many religious and philosophical traditions. It is based on the idea that truth is best discovered through a process of reasoned inquiry and reflection, rather than through the use of coercion or violence. This approach emphasizes the importance of ethical behavior and moral integrity in the pursuit of truth. It recognizes that truth is often complex and multifaceted, and that it may be discovered through a diversity of perspectives and experiences. Rather than relying on manipulation, deception, or force to prove a point, this approach encourages individuals to engage in honest and respectful dialogue, to consider different viewpoints, and to seek out evidence and reasoned arguments. This approach also recognizes the importance of empathy and compassion in the search for truth. By striving to understand the perspectives and experiences of others, individuals can gain a deeper appreciation for the complexity of the world and the diversity of human experience. Ultimately, using wisdom instead of evil to prove the ultimate truth is about recognizing that truth is a process of discovery, not a fixed and static entity. By embracing humility, intellectual curiosity, and ethical behavior, individuals can engage in a more productive and meaningful search for truth, and contribute to the greater good of society. The concept of universal faith or belief in the universe energy does not have a universally recognized set of rules, laws, rewards, or punishments, as it is not a specific religion or organized belief system. However, some spiritual or philosophical traditions that promote this belief may have their own guidelines and practices for connecting with the universal energy or life force. Additionally, some practitioners of universal faith may believe in the law of attraction, which suggests that positive or negative thoughts and emotions can manifest in one's life experiences. In this sense, adhering to positive beliefs and behaviors may be seen as a way to attract positive outcomes and rewards, while negative beliefs and behaviors may lead to negative consequences or punishments. It's important to note, however, that the belief in universal energy or life force is a highly personal and individualized experience, and there is no one-size-fits-all set of rules or guidelines that applies to all practitioners. Ultimately, the rewards and punishments associated with universal faith are believed to come from within, as individuals seek to align themselves with the natural flow of energy and the universe around them. In Judaism and Kabbalah, the concepts of heaven and hell are complex and multifaceted, and they are often understood in different ways by different scholars and practitioners. In general, heaven is understood as a state of closeness to God and spiritual elevation, while hell is understood as a state of spiritual distance from God and suffering. However, the precise nature of these states and how they are experienced varies depending on the specific interpretation of Jewish and Kabbalistic teachings. In some interpretations, heaven and hell are understood as actual physical places, while in others they are seen as metaphorical states of being. The concept of Gehenna, hell, is often used in Kabbalistic teachings to refer to a place of purification and spiritual growth, similar to the concept of purgatory in Catholicism. In Kabbalistic thought, the soul is understood as a divine spark that is ultimately destined to return to God. The process of spiritual growth and purification is seen as a necessary step in this journey, and may involve experiences of both pleasure and pain. The Kabbalistic understanding of heaven and hell is closely tied to the concept of free will and the idea that individuals have the ability to choose their own spiritual path. The ultimate goal of Kabbalistic teachings is to help individuals achieve a state of spiritual unity with God, and to transcend the limitations of the physical world. In Kabbalah, there is a concept known as tzimtzum, which refers to the idea that God withdrew or contracted in order to create space for the universe to exist. According to this concept, God is present in all things, but not always in the same way. In the case of the nation of Israel, it is believed that God presented himself in a unique and powerful way during the revelation at Mount Sinai. This experience was intended to be a defining moment for the Jewish people and their relationship with God. However, it is also believed that God reveals himself to individuals throughout history in different ways, depending on the needs and circumstances of the time. This may explain why God is said to have presented himself many times to other holy individuals in Judaism, such as the prophets and patriarchs. In Kabbalah, there is also the concept of Gilgul, which refers to the idea of reincarnation. It is believed that each soul is sent to the world multiple times in order to complete its spiritual journey. Through these multiple incarnations, individuals may have the opportunity to experience different levels of closeness and connection with God. Overall, in Kabbalah, the relationship between God and humanity is complex and multifaceted. While God may have presented himself in a powerful and unique way to the nation of Israel, he is also believed to reveal himself to individuals in many different ways throughout history. It is difficult to say whether increased acceptance of converts by Jews would necessarily lead to peace in the world. While increasing acceptance and understanding between different groups of people can certainly contribute to greater harmony and cooperation, there are many factors that contribute to conflict and discord in the world. Furthermore, it is important to recognize that the relationship between Jews and converts cannot be reduced to a simple cause and effect relationship. While Judaism encourages the welcoming of converts and sees them as equal members of the community, there have been historical and contemporary tensions and disagreements surrounding the status of converts in the Jewish community. Ultimately, achieving peace and harmony between different groups of people requires a multifaceted and ongoing effort that involves not only acceptance and understanding, but also a commitment to social justice, equality, and mutual respect. Jewish law, or halakha, has a complex system of punishment for various offenses. The system of punishment is based on the principles of justice and deterrence, and is intended to promote a just and moral society. Some of the punishments prescribed by Jewish law include fines, corporal punishment, and capital punishment. Fines are often used for minor offenses, while corporal punishment, such as flogging, is used for more serious offenses. Capital punishment is reserved for the most severe crimes, such as murder, adultery, and idolatry. Here are some of the key details about the different types of punishment in Jewish law. Fines. Fines are a common form of punishment for minor offenses in Jewish law. The amount of the fine varies depending on the severity of the offense, and is paid to the victim or to the court. Corporal punishment. Corporal punishment, such as flogging, is used for more serious offenses. The number of lashes is determined by the court, and can range from a few to 39 lashes. The punishment is intended to be painful, but not to cause permanent damage. Capital punishment. Capital punishment is reserved for the most severe crimes, such as murder, adultery, and idolatry. The method of execution in Jewish law is stoning, and is only carried out after a thorough legal process. The court must have a minimum of 23 judges, and the accused must be given a fair trial with multiple witnesses and the opportunity to defend themselves. It is important to note that the application of Jewish law in modern times is complex and often controversial. Many Jewish communities today do not practice corporal or capital punishment, and instead focus on rehabilitation and restorative justice. In addition, the interpretation and application of Jewish law is subject to ongoing debate and discussion among scholars and religious leaders. According to the Jewish Bible, specifically in the book of Exodus, the punishment for Sabbath desecration is death. Exodus 31 verses 14 to 15 states, "You shall keep the Sabbath, for it is holy to you. Whoever profanes it shall be put to death. Whoever does any work on it, that soul shall be cut off from among his people." It is important to note that this punishment was only applicable during biblical times when the Jewish people were governed by a theocratic system. In modern times, there are no longer Sanhedrin courts, and therefore, this punishment cannot be carried out. Instead, contemporary Jewish communities generally address Sabbath desecration through education, encouragement, and positive reinforcement. Although if the Sanhedrin court was existent as planned with the Third Temple, technically they would result to this type of barbaric punishment, for the words of the Bible of God are the final law. The Bible outlines different punishments for Sabbath desecration, depending on the context and time period. In the Old Testament, the penalty for breaking the Sabbath commandment was death by stoning, Exodus 31 verses 14 to 15, Numbers 15:32-36. However, it's important to note that this punishment was specifically prescribed for those who worked on the Sabbath or engaged in other specific activities that violated the Sabbath law, rather than for those who simply failed to observe the day. Not that it should make a difference. Let's be honest, if God wants someone dead for working on the Sabbath, then God can kill that person directly, and a Jewish court and its Jewish men with stones don't need to do the vile murder of stoning a human life. Especially for an observance holiday, when working to support themselves, to not die of starvation or live in the street homeless is necessary for survival. This act of murder actually goes against the concept of the high holiday Yom Kippur, when a Jew is forgiven for their sins if they repent, and every year they are given the opportunity to repent until natural death. In the New Testament, Jesus challenged the strict legalistic interpretations of the Sabbath laws held by some religious leaders of his day, emphasizing instead the importance of compassion and mercy, Mark 2 verse 27. In the Christian tradition, observance of the Sabbath is seen as an important spiritual discipline rather than a legalistic requirement, and there is no prescribed punishment for Sabbath desecration. In Jewish tradition, sacrificial offerings were an important part of worship and religious practice in the temple in Jerusalem. The practice of offering sacrifices dates back to biblical times and is described in detail in the Torah. There were several types of sacrificial offerings in Jewish tradition, including burnt offering, olah. This was a voluntary offering made to God, usually consisting of a male animal, example, a bull, sheep, or goat, that was completely burned on the altar. Grain offering, mincha. This was also a voluntary offering that consisted of unleavened bread, oil, and frankincense, which were placed on the altar and partially burned. Peace offering, shalomim. This was a voluntary offering made in gratitude for blessings, or to fulfill a vow. It consisted of a male or female animal, example, a cow, sheep, or goat, which was partially burned on the altar and then eaten by the person making the offering and their family. Sin offering, chatat, this was an offering made to atone for unintentional sins. The offering consisted of a male or female animal, example, a goat or lamb, which was completely burned on the altar. Guilt offering, asham, this was an offering made to atone for intentional sins or to make restitution for harm done to another person. The offering consisted of a male or female animal, a ram or lamb, which was partially burned on the altar and then given to the priest. Sacrificial offerings were an important part of Jewish worship and were believed to bring people closer to God and facilitate atonement for sins. I personally don't see the atonement in committing a personal sin and then committing an additional sin of animal sacrifice/murder. However, with the destruction of the Second Temple in 70 CE, the practice of offering sacrifices came to an end because their sins outweighed their repentance. Today, Jewish worship focuses on prayer, study, and acts of kindness and charity. But don't be fooled by this new wisdom approach to atone sins. In Jewish tradition, there is a belief that with the coming of the Messiah, the Third Temple will be rebuilt in Jerusalem and the practice of offering sacrifices will be restored. However, there is debate and uncertainty among Jewish scholars regarding which sacrifices will be performed in the Messianic era. It surprises me that the scholars are called scholars when deciding to continue innocent animal murder to atone for sins, when technically God abolished sacrifice with the temple as a sign of God's disgust for the offerings. Some traditional Jewish sources suggest that all of the types of sacrifices that were offered in the temple will be restored, including burnt offerings, sin offerings, peace offerings, and others. However, other sources suggest that only certain types of offerings will be reinstated, and some argue that the restoration of sacrifices will be purely symbolic, with no actual animal sacrifices taking place. It must be understood that the ultra-Orthodox are in favor of the old tradition taking place in the new era. It is important to note that beliefs about the nature and timing of the Messianic era vary widely among different Jewish communities and individuals. Some Jews believe that the Messiah has already come, while others believe that the coming of the Messiah is still in the future. Additionally, there are different interpretations of the role of sacrifices in Jewish worship, and some Jews do not believe that the restoration of the temple and the practice of animal sacrifices are necessary for spiritual fulfillment or redemption. The details of the sacrificial offerings that Jews will bring in the time of the Messiah are a matter of interpretation and debate within Jewish tradition. However, according to the Torah and Talmud, there were several types of offerings that were brought in the temple, and it is believed that these offerings will be restored in the time of the Messiah. It is important to note that the details of how these offerings will be performed in the time of the Messiah are a matter of interpretation and debate within Jewish tradition. The red heifer, para aduma, is a unique and mysterious sacrifice in Jewish tradition. It is described in the Torah, Numbers 19:1-22, as a sacrifice that is performed using a red heifer that is completely red-haired, without any blemish or defect. The sacrifice is performed by burning the red heifer outside the camp and using its ashes to purify people and objects that have come into contact with death. This was the only commandment by God that Moses didn't understand of all 613 commandments given to him by God. According to Jewish tradition, the purpose of the red heifer sacrifice is to purify people who have come into contact with death, which was considered a source of impurity in ancient times. The ashes of the red heifer were mixed with water and sprinkled on people who had come into contact with a dead body, making them ritually pure and able to participate in temple worship. The red heifer sacrifice was therefore an important part of maintaining the purity of the temple and its sacred objects. The red heifer is also seen as a symbol of spiritual purity and the power of God to cleanse and purify his people. Its mysterious and unique nature has led to much speculation and interpretation within Jewish tradition, and the red heifer remains a significant symbol and part of Jewish tradition to this day. According to Jewish tradition, the red heifer sacrifice will be performed in the future with the arrival of the Messiah and the rebuilding of the Third Temple in Jerusalem. The Talmud states that the ashes of the red heifer will purify the Jewish people and prepare them for the coming of the Messiah. Inequality. Here are some traditional practices and beliefs in Judaism that can be seen as non-equal between Jews and non-Jews. Here are a few examples. Marriage. In Orthodox Judaism, there is a prohibition against intermarriage between Jews and non-Jews. This is based on the belief that marriage is a sacred covenant between two Jews, and that intermarriage can lead to a dilution of Jewish identity and values. In Hasidic Kabbalah, marriage between a Jewish man and a non-Jewish woman is generally not recognized as a valid marriage according to Jewish law. This is because Jewish law requires that a Jewish marriage ceremony take place between two Jewish individuals for the marriage to be considered valid. According to Hasidic Kabbalah, the union between a Jewish man and a non-Jewish woman is considered a spiritual disconnect. This is because the souls of Jews and non-Jews are believed to be fundamentally different, and a union between the two is believed to be a mixing of incompatible energies. As a result, any children born from such a union would not be considered Jewish according to Jewish law and Hasidic Kabbalah. This is because Jewishness is passed down through the mother, and the mother in this case is not Jewish. Conversion. While Judaism is open to conversion, the process can be challenging and rigorous, and may involve a significant time commitment and study of Jewish law and tradition. Some traditional Jewish authorities are also hesitant to accept converts, particularly if they believe the person is not sincere in their commitment to Judaism. Religious practices. Some traditional Jewish practices are reserved for Jews only, such as certain prayers, blessings, and rituals. Non-Jews may be excluded from participating in certain aspects of Jewish religious life, although there are also many Jewish communities that are welcoming and inclusive of non-Jewish individuals. It is important to note that there are many Jewish individuals and organizations that are working to promote greater understanding and respect between Jews and non-Jews. Some have challenged traditional practices and interpretations in order to create more opportunities for interfaith dialogue and collaboration. Others have sought to highlight the many ways in which Jewish tradition and values promote equality, justice, and compassion for all people, regardless of their religious background. There are some traditional practices and beliefs in Judaism that can be seen as non-equal between men and women. Here are a few examples. Prayer. In Orthodox Judaism, men and women have separate seating in synagogues, with men generally sitting in the front and women in the back. Women are not allowed to lead certain prayers, and some prayers may be recited only in the presence of a quorum of 10 men. Divorce. In traditional Jewish law, only men have the power to grant a divorce, known as a get, to their wives. Women who are unable to obtain a get from their husbands are unable to remarry under Jewish law, and are considered agunot, chained wives. Inheritance. According to traditional Jewish law, sons inherit a larger share of their parents' estate than daughters. This practice is based on the assumption that sons are responsible for supporting their families, while daughters are expected to be supported by their husbands. Leadership roles. In some Orthodox Jewish communities, women are not allowed to hold certain leadership positions, such as serving as rabbis or judges in religious courts. It is important to note that there are many Jewish individuals and organizations that are working to promote greater equality and inclusivity within the religion. Some have challenged traditional practices and interpretations in order to create more opportunities for women and other marginalized groups. Others have sought to highlight the many ways in which Jewish tradition and values promote equality, justice, and compassion for all people. Although for ultra-Orthodox women, worship will not be compromised for equality amongst the ultra-religious mandated male role positions in Judaism. Chapter 9: Prophecies of the Future. In Jewish tradition, there is a special incense known as the ketoret that was used in the temple in Jerusalem and is also associated with mystical and prophetic experiences. According to the Talmud, Erechim 16a, the ketoret was composed of 11 different spices and herbs, including myrrh, frankincense, cassia, and cinnamon, among others. In Kabbalistic tradition, the Ketoret is sometimes seen as a symbol of the highest spiritual aspirations and the ultimate goal of mystical practice, which is to achieve a state of unification with the divine. The mystical experience associated with the Ketoret is sometimes described as a kind of inner vision or prophetic dream, in which the practitioner is able to glimpse the secrets of creation and gain insight into the nature of reality. It is important to note, however, that the use of the Ketoret and other forms of incense for mystical or prophetic purposes is not a mainstream practice in contemporary Judaism. The use of the Ketoret was limited to the temple in Jerusalem and is not used in modern Jewish worship. Additionally, while mystical experiences and prophetic dreams are an important part of Jewish tradition, they are generally understood to be rare and exceptional occurrences, rather than a regular part of spiritual practice. While there are many different accounts of prophetic experiences in Jewish tradition, the idea that prophets would light incense and dream is not a universal or commonly accepted practice or requirement for prophecy. It is true that some prophets, such as Ezekiel, had vivid and elaborate visions that involved various sensory experiences, including smells and sounds. However, the use of incense or other substances to induce or enhance these experiences is not a common or widely recognized part of Jewish prophetic practice. Prophecy that are induced with visions via inhalation of incense would technically be a form of drug use, which the Western civilization would classify these men as possible drug addicts. There's always the possibility that this is the prophetic reality. Drug use rituals in religions still exist today. Similarly, while dreams can sometimes be a vehicle for divine communication or revelation, they are not a necessary or sufficient condition for prophecy in Judaism. Rather, prophecy is understood as a direct and personal encounter between the prophet and God, which can take many different forms and may involve various modes of communication and expression. In Judaism, there are various beliefs and interpretations regarding the coming of the Messiah and the end of time. These beliefs are based on a combination of Jewish scripture, including the Talmud and Kabbalah, as well as traditional Jewish teachings and commentary. Jewish prophecies are a central aspect of Jewish belief and tradition. They refer to the predictions of future events that were made by Jewish prophets throughout history. These prophecies were recorded in the Hebrew Bible, also known as the Tanakh, and are considered to be holy scriptures by Jews. Here are some examples of Jewish prophecies. The coming of the Messiah. Jewish tradition holds that a Messiah, a Savior who will usher in a period of peace and redemption, will come in the future. This idea is based on several prophecies found in the Hebrew Bible, including Isaiah 11 verses 1 to 9, Jeremiah 23 verses 5 to 6, and Zechariah 9 verses 9 to 10. The return of the Jewish people to Israel. The Hebrew Bible contains several prophecies that speak of the return of the Jewish people to the land of Israel after a period of exile. One of the most famous of these prophecies is found in Ezekiel 37 verses 1 to 14, which describes the vision of the dry bones coming to life. The destruction of the temple. The Hebrew Bible contains several prophecies that predict the destruction of the temple in Jerusalem. One of the most well-known of these prophecies is found in Jeremiah 7 verses 1 to 15, where the prophet warns of the consequences of the people's disobedience to God. The coming of Elijah. Jewish tradition holds that the prophet Elijah will return before the coming of the Messiah. This belief is based on several prophecies found in the Hebrew Bible, including Malachi 3 verses 23 to 24. The end of days. The Hebrew Bible contains several prophecies that describe the end of days, a time of judgment and reckoning. One of the most famous of these prophecies is found in Isaiah 2 verses 1 to 5, which describes a time when all nations will come to the mountain of the Lord to learn his ways. There are many Jewish prophecies that are believed to have come true, according to Jewish tradition and interpretation of historical events. Here are some examples. The Babylonian exile. The prophet Jeremiah predicted that the Jewish people would be exiled to Babylon for a period of 70 years as punishment for their disobedience to God. This prophecy came true when the Babylonians conquered Judah in 586 BCE and took many Jews into captivity. The Jews returned to Judah after 70 years, as predicted by Jeremiah. The destruction of the temple. The prophet Jeremiah also predicted the destruction of the temple in Jerusalem, which was fulfilled when the Babylonians destroyed the first temple in 586 BCE. Later, the second temple was destroyed by the Romans in 70 CE. The return to Israel. Several prophets, including Isaiah, Ezekiel, and Jeremiah, predicted that the Jewish people would return to the land of Israel after their exile. This prophecy was fulfilled in 1948, when the modern state of Israel was established after 2 millennia of Jewish diaspora. The reign of King David. The prophet Isaiah predicted that a descendant of King David would rule over Israel and bring peace to the land. This prophecy is believed by many to have been fulfilled by the reign of King Solomon, who was a descendant of David and ruled over a prosperous and peaceful Israel. The birth of the Messiah. The prophet Micah predicted that the Messiah would be born in Bethlehem, a small town near Jerusalem. This prophecy was fulfilled when Jesus Christ, who is considered by Christians to be the Messiah. Jews do not believe in Jesus as the Messiah for a number of reasons. First, the Jewish concept of the Messiah is different from the Christian concept. In Jewish belief, the Messiah is a human being, a descendant of King David, who will lead the Jewish people to redemption and bring about an era of peace and prosperity. In contrast, Christians believe that Jesus was the Son of God who died for the sins of humanity and rose from the dead. Second, many Jews believe that Jesus did not fulfill the prophecies of the Jewish Messiah. For example, Jesus did not rebuild the temple in Jerusalem, which is a key part of many Jewish prophecies about the Messiah. Additionally, Jesus did not bring about an era of peace and prosperity for the Jewish people during his lifetime. Third, Jews reject the claim that Jesus is divine, as this goes against the Jewish belief in one God. In Judaism, it is considered idolatry to worship any person, including Jesus, as a deity. Finally, many Jews have a historical perspective on Jesus and view him as a charismatic Jewish teacher who lived in Roman-occupied Palestine, rather than as a divine figure. They see him as one of many Jewish teachers who were active during that time, and do not view his teachings as having any special authority or significance. According to some Jewish teachings, the coming of the Messiah is associated with the end of the world as we know it and the ushering in of a new era of peace, justice, and harmony. There are different views on how this will occur, with some suggesting that it will involve a miraculous intervention by God, while others believe that it will come about through human efforts to repair the world. In Kabbalistic teachings, there is a concept known as the end of days or end of time, which refers to a time of spiritual transformation and purification that will precede the coming of the Messiah. This period is believed to be marked by various signs and events, including an increase in natural disasters, social upheaval, and the rise of false prophets. It is important to note that while there are various beliefs and interpretations regarding the end of time in Judaism, there is no consensus or agreed-upon timeline for when these events will occur. Many Jewish scholars and leaders caution against attempting to predict or interpret specific dates or events related to the coming of the Messiah or the end of time, as this can lead to false expectations or misguided beliefs. Instead, the focus is on living a life of meaning, purpose, and ethical behavior in the present, while remaining hopeful and open to the possibilities of a better future. It is true that in Jewish tradition, there are various calculations and interpretations regarding the timeline leading up to the coming of the Messiah and the end of time. However, it is important to note that these calculations are not intended to be taken as precise predictions or timelines, and they are subject to a wide range of interpretations and debate among scholars and religious leaders. One example of a calculation related to the coming of the Messiah is the idea that the world will exist for 6,000 years, followed by a seventh millennial period of rest and renewal. This idea is based on a combination of biblical and rabbinic sources, including the idea that each day of creation in the book of Genesis represents 1,000 years of human history. According to this calculation, the year 6000 on the Jewish calendar, which corresponds to the year 2240 on the Gregorian calendar, would mark the end of the 6,000-year period and the beginning of the millennial period. However, it is important to note that this calculation is not universally accepted, and many Jewish scholars and leaders caution against attempting to predict or interpret specific dates or events related to the coming of the Messiah or the end of time. Instead, the focus is on living a life of meaning, purpose, and ethical behavior in the present, while remaining hopeful and open to the possibilities of a better future. In Kabbalistic thought, the concept of the Messiah is central to the process of tikkun, or repairing the world. According to Kabbalistic teachings, the Messiah represents the ultimate manifestation of the divine presence in the world, and the realization of humanity's spiritual potential. In Kabbalistic thought, the Messiah is not just an individual person, but a spiritual force or energy that exists within the world and within each individual. The role of the Messiah is to awaken humanity to its true spiritual nature and to guide us toward the realization of our full potential. According to Kabbalistic teachings, the coming of the Messiah is not a predetermined event, but is contingent upon humanity's willingness to engage in the process of tikkun and to cultivate the necessary spiritual awareness and intentionality to bring about the Messianic era. In this view, the Messianic era represents a state of universal peace, harmony, and spiritual fulfillment, in which all of creation is united in its recognition of the divine presence. While Kabbalistic teachings do not provide a specific timeline or blueprint for the coming of the Messiah, they emphasize the importance of each individual's role in the process of tikkun, and the power of collective consciousness to effect positive change in the world. In this view, the Messianic era is not just a distant utopian ideal, but a possibility that can be realized in the here and now through our collective efforts to bring about a more just, compassionate, and harmonious world. In Jewish tradition, the coming of the Messiah is believed to herald a time of universal peace, justice, and spiritual fulfillment, often referred to as the Messianic era. While the specifics of what will happen during this time are subject to interpretation and debate within Jewish thought, there are several key beliefs that are commonly associated with the Messianic era. The rebuilding of the Temple in Jerusalem. According to Jewish tradition, the rebuilding of the Temple in Jerusalem is a necessary precursor to the arrival of the Messiah. The Temple is seen as the physical manifestation of God's presence on earth, and its restoration is believed to be a key step in the process of spiritual redemption. The ingathering of the exiles. The Messianic era is also associated with the return of the Jewish people to the land of Israel, and the reunification of the Jewish people in their ancestral homeland. The end of war and violence. According to Jewish tradition, the Messianic era will be a time of universal peace, in which all nations and peoples will live together in harmony. The resurrection of the dead. Some Jewish sources suggest that the Messianic era will be associated with the resurrection of the dead, in which the righteous will be raised from the dead and reunited with their souls. The universal recognition of God. According to Jewish tradition, the Messianic era will be characterized by a universal recognition of God's presence and sovereignty, in which all humanity will come to acknowledge and worship the one true God. It is important to note that there is significant variation in how these beliefs are understood and interpreted within Jewish thought, and that the specifics of what will happen during the Messianic era remain a matter of debate and speculation. In Christianity, there is no specific belief about what will happen after the Jews return to Israel, as this is not a central tenet of Christian theology. However, some Christian interpretations of biblical prophecy suggest that the return of the Jews to Israel is a sign of the end times and the imminent return of Jesus Christ. These beliefs are primarily associated with certain branches of evangelical Christianity, particularly those that subscribe to a literal interpretation of biblical prophecy, such as dispensationalism and premillennialism. According to these beliefs, the return of the Jews to Israel is a fulfillment of biblical prophecies, particularly those found in the book of Ezekiel and other prophetic books of the Hebrew Bible. Some Christian interpreters also suggest that the establishment of the modern state of Israel in 1948 represents a significant event in biblical prophecy, and that it is a sign of the imminent return of Jesus Christ. According to this view, the return of the Jews to Israel is seen as a necessary precursor to the second coming of Christ and the establishment of his millennial kingdom on earth. In Islamic eschatology, the study of end times, there is a belief in the second coming of Jesus Christ, known in Arabic as Isa ibn Maryam. However, the Islamic perspective on the events that will follow his return differs from the Christian perspective. According to Islamic tradition, after Jesus returns, he will join forces with the Mahdi, a prophesied figure in Islamic eschatology, who is believed to be a righteous leader who will appear before the Day of Judgment. Together, they will fight against the forces of evil and establish a period of peace and justice on earth, known as the Golden Age. During this time, it is believed that the earth will be filled with justice and righteousness, and that there will be no more oppression or suffering. The Mahdi and Jesus are believed to establish a just government and rule the world with fairness and compassion. After this period of peace, there will be a final judgment, in which all people will be held accountable for their deeds. Those who have done good will be rewarded with eternal paradise, while those who have done evil will be punished with eternal hellfire. In Buddhism, there is a concept known as the end of the Dharma or the end of the Buddhist teaching, which refers to a time when the teachings of the Buddha are no longer accessible or understood by human beings. This is seen as a gradual process rather than a sudden event, and is associated with a decline in moral values and the rise of violence and conflict. In Hinduism, there is a belief in cycles of creation and destruction known as yugas. According to Hindu cosmology, we are currently in the Kali Yuga, the final and most degenerate age, characterized by moral decay and spiritual decline. However, there is also a belief that the cycle will eventually turn and a new age of enlightenment and spiritual renewal will begin. These are just a few examples of the beliefs held by different faiths regarding the end of the world or the end times. It is important to note that there is significant variation within each faith tradition, and that these beliefs are subject to interpretation and debate. This compilation of all the major global faiths are on an excellent timeline that is reaching its end towards the ultimate state of positive beginnings, in an almost perfect domino effect rhythm. It is time to call on all major faiths to prove themselves true or false by their end-of-time beliefs. Judaism is the perfect precursor for the automatic Abrahamic domino effect to the globally dominated religions. According to Jewish tradition, the coming of the Messiah is associated with various prophesied events, including the resurrection of the dead. However, the exact timeline or sequence of events leading up to the Messiah's arrival and the resurrection of the dead is subject to a wide range of interpretations and debate among scholars and religious leaders. One traditional view is that the resurrection of the dead will occur at the same time as the arrival of the Messiah, with both events happening suddenly and without warning. This view is based on the idea that the coming of the Messiah will represent a sudden and radical transformation of the world, including the physical resurrection of those who have died. While there may be variations in teachings on the timing of the resurrection of the dead following the arrival of the Messiah, some sources do indeed suggest a period of 40 years before the resurrection occurs. This idea is based on a passage in the Talmud, Sanhedrin 97a, that describes a 40-year period during which the power of impurity will gradually diminish from the world, leading up to the resurrection of the dead. According to this interpretation, the Messiah will arrive and begin the process of spiritual transformation, leading to a gradual decrease in impurity and a corresponding increase in holiness over a period of 40 years. It is worth noting, however, that beliefs and interpretations within Judaism can vary widely and may be influenced by various factors, including different interpretations of scripture, rabbinic teachings, and individual experiences and perspectives. Other views suggest that the resurrection of the dead will occur in stages, with different groups of people being resurrected at different times. Some interpretations suggest that the righteous will be resurrected first, followed by the less righteous, while others suggest that the resurrection will occur in stages over a period of time up to 120 years after the Messiah has arrived. Overall, it is important to note that the specific details of how the Messianic era will unfold are not known and are the subject of ongoing debate among Jewish scholars. The important thing is to focus on living a meaningful and ethical life according to Jewish tradition, while remaining open to the possibility of positive change and transformation in the world. In Judaism, the belief about the afterlife is not uniform and there are various interpretations and beliefs. However, there are some general principles that are commonly accepted in Jewish tradition. According to Jewish belief, the Messianic age will be a time of universal knowledge and understanding of God, where all nations will recognize God as the one true deity. According to Jewish prophecy, it is believed that during the Messianic era, nations will come to the Third Temple in Jerusalem to worship God. In terms of the afterlife, traditional Jewish belief holds that the righteous, both Jews and Gentiles, will be rewarded with eternal life in the world to come. The righteous are defined as those who live their lives in accordance with God's will, follow His commandments, and pursue justice and righteousness. My problem here is that intermarriage is not allowed, yet the view of righteous Gentiles exists, meaning their souls are as holy as is believed of the Jewish soul in Judaism. I find this among the contradictions to the faithful mission as God's chosen nation. It is through this prophecy Isaiah 2 verses 2-3, "In the last days the mountain of the Lord's temple will be established as the highest of the mountains, it will be exalted above the hills, and all nations will stream to it." From this verse, I have understood the entire suffering of the Jewish nation. This being their primary failure to accomplish God's entire purpose for choosing them to relay the spiritual connection, being the emphasis to connect all nations to the ultimate Zen of God. The Kabbalah also discusses the idea of the afterlife and emphasizes the importance of spiritual elevation and purification in order to prepare for the afterlife. Kabbalistic teachings describe various levels of the soul and the importance of developing a deep connection with God in order to achieve spiritual ascent. Overall, the emphasis in Judaism and Kabbalah is on the importance of leading a righteous and ethical life, rather than on one's religious affiliation, in order to attain a positive afterlife. The belief is that all individuals, regardless of their background or beliefs, have the opportunity to connect with God and to attain spiritual elevation. In Jewish tradition, there are two different messiahs that are expected to come at different times in history. Hasidic Judaism places a strong emphasis on the study and practice of Jewish mysticism, particularly the teachings of the Zohar and the Kabbalah. In Chabad belief, there are two messiahs, Ben Joseph and Ben David, who will each play a role in bringing about the ultimate redemption of the Jewish people. According to Hasidic teachings, Ben Joseph is the Messiah who will come as a humble servant, suffer and sacrifice himself for the sake of the Jewish people. He is said to be a warrior who will lead the Jewish people to victory against their enemies and pave the way for the ultimate redemption. Ben Joseph is often associated with the tribe of Ephraim and is said to be a descendant of Joseph. Ben David, on the other hand, is the Messiah who will come as a king and restore the Jewish people to their rightful place as a great nation. He is said to be a descendant of King David and will reign over the Jewish people in a time of peace and prosperity. Ben David is often associated with the tribe of Judah. Hasidic teachings hold that the two messiahs will work together to bring about the ultimate redemption of the Jewish people. They believe that Ben Joseph will pave the way for Ben David's arrival by preparing the Jewish people and the world for the coming of the Messiah. The ultimate redemption is dependent on the actions of the Jewish people, and that each person has a role to play in bringing about this. The first Messiah is known as the Mashiach ben Yosef, Messiah son of Joseph. This Messiah is believed to be a descendant of Joseph, one of the 12 sons of Jacob. Unlike the Mashiach ben David, the Mashiach ben Yosef is not expected to be a king or political leader. Instead, he is seen as a spiritual leader who will usher in a period of spiritual renewal and return the Jewish people to a state of spiritual purity. The second Messiah is often referred to as the Mashiach ben David, Messiah son of David. This Messiah is believed to be a descendant of King David who will come to restore the Davidic monarchy in Israel and bring about a time of peace and prosperity for the Jewish people. According to Jewish tradition, the Mashiach ben David will be a great military leader who will defeat Israel's enemies and rebuild the temple in Jerusalem, who will then complete the task of restoring Israel to its former glory. It is important to note that the concept of two messiahs is not universally accepted in Jewish tradition, and there is significant variation in how different Jewish communities interpret and understand these ideas. In Jewish literature, there are several figures who have been identified as potential candidates for the role of Mashiach ben Yosef, Messiah son of Joseph. Some of these include Joseph, the biblical figure of Joseph, son of Jacob, has been identified as a potential Mashiach ben Yosef due to his role in bringing the Jewish people to Egypt and his ability to provide for them during a time of famine. Bar Kochba, Simon Bar Kochba, was a Jewish leader who led a revolt against the Roman Empire in the 2nd century CE. Some Jewish sources identify him as a potential Mashiach ben Yosef, although his rebellion ultimately failed and he was killed. Rabbi Shimon Bar Yochai. Rabbi Shimon Bar Yochai was a prominent Jewish sage who lived in the 2nd century CE. He is the central figure in the Kabbalistic work, the Zohar, and some Jewish sources identify him as a potential Mashiach ben Yosef. The prophet Elijah. In some Jewish traditions, the prophet Elijah is believed to be a potential Mashiach ben Yosef. According to these traditions, Elijah will return to earth before the coming of the Messiah to help prepare the way for his arrival. It is important to note that there is significant variation in Jewish tradition regarding the identity and role of the Mashiach ben Yosef, and not all Jews accept the idea of a separate figure fulfilling this role. My issue is the need for all this prior preparation. If the Messiah is so great, then he'll be able to do it on his own without the prior help. According to Jewish tradition, there are several prerequisites and expectations for the arrival of the Messiah ben David, the descendant of King David who will restore the Davidic monarchy and usher in an era of peace and prosperity for the Jewish people. Some of the prerequisites for the arrival of the Messiah ben David include the ingathering of the exiles. The Messiah ben David is expected to gather the Jewish people from all corners of the earth and bring them back to Israel. Rebuilding the temple. The Messiah ben David is expected to rebuild the temple in Jerusalem, which was destroyed by the Romans in 70 CE. Defeating Israel's enemies. The Messiah ben David is expected to be a great military leader who will defeat Israel's enemies and bring about a time of peace and security. Establishing justice and righteousness. The Messiah ben David is expected to establish a just and righteous society in Israel, where everyone will be treated fairly and with dignity. In addition to these prerequisites, there are also specific actions that the Messiah ben David is expected to take in order to be recognized as the true Messiah. These include identifying himself as the Messiah. The Messiah ben David is expected to announce himself as the Messiah and provide evidence to support his claim. Kabbalah states Elijah will return to state who the Messiah is. Resurrecting the dead. According to some Jewish traditions, the Messiah ben David will have the power to resurrect the dead. Restoring the Davidic monarchy. The Messiah ben David is expected to be a direct descendant of King David and to restore the Davidic monarchy in Israel. It is important to note that there is significant variation in Jewish tradition regarding the specific actions and prerequisites for the arrival of the Messiah ben David, and not all Jews accept the idea of a single individual fulfilling this role. According to Jewish tradition, there are two main ways in which the Messiah can come. Through natural means. This means that the world will gradually improve and the Jewish people will gradually return to Israel. The Messiah will be a human being, born of human parents, who will emerge as a leader and help the Jewish people achieve their full potential as a nation. This view is based on the idea that human beings have the power to improve the world through their own efforts and that the Messianic era will be the result of this gradual progress. Through miraculous means. This means that the Messiah will come suddenly and supernaturally, with no warning or preparation. This view is based on the idea that only God can bring about the Messianic era and that it will be a time of miraculous and supernatural events, such as the resurrection of the dead and the rebuilding of the temple in Jerusalem. It is important to note that the details and interpretations of these two views vary among different Jewish traditions and communities, and there is no one definitive understanding of how the Messiah will come. Nonetheless, the belief in the eventual coming of the Messiah is a central tenet of Jewish faith, and it continues to inspire and inform Jewish thought and practice to this day and is their only source of hope for the end of anti-Semitic terror and deaths. In Kabbalistic tradition, there are two primary ways in which the Messiah can come. Through merit, this means that the Jewish people will earn the coming of the Messiah through their collective merit and spiritual readiness. According to Kabbalistic teaching, the world is sustained through a balance of positive and negative energies, and the Jewish people have a unique role in bringing about a spiritual rectification that will tip the scales in favor of the positive. When the Jewish people achieve a sufficient level of spiritual purity and righteousness, the Messiah will be able to come and complete the process of rectification, ushering in a new era of peace, harmony, and spiritual fulfillment. Through the end of time, this means that the Messiah will come at the end of a predetermined period of history, regardless of whether or not the Jewish people are worthy or prepared. According to Kabbalistic teaching, history is divided into various cycles and stages, each with its own purpose and significance. The ultimate purpose of history is the coming of the Messiah and the complete rectification of the world. Therefore, even if the Jewish people are not fully prepared or deserving, the Messiah will come at the appointed time to complete the process of rectification and bring about the ultimate redemption of the world. In some religions, prophecy is seen as an absolute and infallible source of divine revelation, and any prophecy that fails to come true would be seen as a challenge to the validity of the entire religion or belief structure. In other religions, prophecy is seen as more symbolic or metaphorical in nature, and may be subject to interpretation and reinterpretation over time. In such cases, the failure of a specific prophecy to come true may not necessarily negate the entire religion or belief structure, but may instead be seen as an opportunity for deeper reflection and reinterpretation of the prophecy in question. Additionally, some religions may place more emphasis on faith and personal experience than on prophecy as a means of spiritual guidance, and may view prophecy as just one of many potential sources of insight and inspiration. Ultimately, whether the failure of a prophecy to come true negates a religion or belief structure depends on a wide range of factors, including the specific nature of the prophecy, the interpretation of that prophecy within the context of the religion or belief structure, and the beliefs and experiences of individual practitioners. To summarize the prophecies, after the Third Temple construction is completed, the majority hold that resurrection will happen 40 years following, if not earlier, or within 70 to 120 years after construction completion. It is necessary for the world to come together, starting with the United Nations and the Muslim authorities in control of the Temple Mount Mosque, and to give a lease-term contract for the Jews to build the final prophecy temple and give the allotted time as stated by the majority holding years for resurrection to take place. If that prophecy doesn't come true, then the State of Israel Treasury will return the Temple Mount and build a new mosque and approve an automatic two-state solution. The failure of prophecy resurrection will have an automatic psychological impact on the Jewish worshippers' faith. Following will be time for the coming of Christ. And if this too doesn't happen within their allotted time plan, then too, the Christians will be in psychological despair. And now will be the time for the Muslims' prophecy to come into fruition. From here, we see it's in the benefit of the Muslims to approve this short-term plan. All for the sake of the ultimate truth and peace. Chapter 10, The Will for Peace. The idea that everything is real and nothing is real at the same time is not a coherent or well-defined theory in itself. It is a philosophical and metaphysical concept that can be interpreted in various ways, depending on the context and the perspective of the person using it. One possible interpretation of this idea is that reality is a complex and multifaceted phenomenon that cannot be reduced to a simple binary distinction between what is real and what is not. From this perspective, everything that exists, whether it is a physical object, a mental state, or an abstract concept, has some degree of reality or existence, but this reality is not absolute or fixed, and it can be subject to interpretation, transformation, and contextualization. Another possible interpretation of this idea is that reality is a subjective and relative construct that depends on the perspective and the consciousness of the observer. From this perspective, nothing can be said to be objectively real or absolute, but everything is a product of the observer's perception, interpretation, and imagination. In this sense, reality is a kind of illusion or dream that is constantly created and recreated by the mind. Overall, the idea that everything is real and nothing is real at the same time is a provocative and challenging concept that invites us to question our assumptions about the nature of reality and the limits of our knowledge and understanding. However, it is important to remember that this idea is not a scientific theory or a proven fact, but rather a philosophical and metaphysical concept that can be explored and debated from different perspectives and viewpoints. The concept of ultimate truth refers to a fundamental reality or principle that underlies and governs all aspects of existence. It is a philosophical and spiritual concept that seeks to explain the nature of reality and the purpose of human existence. Different philosophical and spiritual traditions have different interpretations of what constitutes ultimate truth, but some common themes include unity, the idea that there is a fundamental unity or oneness that underlies all of existence. This unity can be expressed in different ways, such as through the concept of a universal consciousness or a divine presence that permeates all things. Transcendence, the idea that ultimate truth is beyond the limitations of human perception and understanding. It cannot be fully grasped through logical reasoning or empirical observation, but can only be experienced through spiritual practices such as meditation or prayer. Purpose, the idea that ultimate truth gives meaning and purpose to human existence. It provides a framework for understanding our place in the world and our relationship to other beings and to the universe as a whole. The concept of ultimate truth is often associated with spiritual or religious traditions, but it also has implications for philosophy, science, and other areas of human knowledge. It is a deeply subjective and personal concept, and different individuals and cultures may have different interpretations of what constitutes ultimate. Equality is the concept that all individuals, regardless of their race, gender, religion, social status, or any other characteristic, should have equal rights, opportunities, and treatment under the law and in society as a whole. The idea of equality has been a central theme in many philosophical, political, and social movements throughout history, from the Enlightenment period to the civil rights and feminist movements of the 20th century. The concept of equality is rooted in the belief that all human beings are inherently valuable and deserving of respect and dignity, and that no one should be discriminated against or disadvantaged based on arbitrary characteristics or circumstances. In modern times, the pursuit of equality has led to significant progress in areas such as civil rights, gender equality, LGBTQ+ rights, and disability rights. However, there is still much work to be done to ensure that everyone has access to equal opportunities and treatment, and that discrimination and prejudice are eliminated from society. Overall, the concept of equality is an important value for creating a just and fair society that honors the dignity and worth of every individual. Humanitarianism is a philosophy that emphasizes the importance of promoting human welfare and relieving suffering, particularly in times of crisis or conflict. At its core, humanitarianism is based on the belief that all human beings are entitled to dignity, respect, and access to basic necessities such as food, water, shelter, and medical care. Humanitarianism often involves providing aid and assistance to people affected by natural disasters, armed conflicts, and other emergencies. This can include providing food, water, and medical supplies, as well as coordinating rescue and relief efforts to help people affected by the crisis. Humanitarianism also involves advocating for policies and practices that promote human welfare and protect vulnerable populations. This can include supporting human rights, advocating for access to education and healthcare, and promoting sustainable development practices that prioritize the needs of local communities. Overall, humanitarianism is a powerful force for promoting social justice and addressing human suffering around the world. It is rooted in the belief that all people have inherent value and deserve to be treated with dignity and respect, regardless of their circumstances or background. Through humanitarian efforts, individuals and organizations can work to create a more just and compassionate world where everyone has the opportunity to thrive. Nature. The idea of being one with nature is often associated with a deep sense of connection and unity with the natural world. It involves recognizing that humans are not separate from nature but are a part of it, and that our well-being and survival are dependent on the health and sustainability of the planet. Being one with nature involves cultivating a sense of reverence and respect for the natural world, and recognizing the interconnectedness of all living things. It involves recognizing that we are not superior to other species, but are rather one of many interdependent components of a complex ecosystem. Some ways in which people can cultivate a sense of oneness with nature include spending time in nature, practicing mindfulness and meditation, participating in outdoor activities such as hiking or gardening, learning about the natural world through science and education, and making lifestyle choices that support environmental sustainability. Overall, being one with nature involves recognizing and embracing our connection to the natural world, and taking actions to protect and preserve the environment for future generations. It is a mindset that emphasizes harmony and balance between humans and the natural world, and is essential for our well-being and the health of the planet. Peace with nature is a state of harmony and balance in which humans coexist with the natural world in a sustainable and mutually beneficial way. It involves recognizing that humans are part of the web of life and that our well-being is inextricably linked to the health and vitality of the planet. To achieve peace with nature, it is essential to adopt a holistic and systemic approach that takes into account the interconnectedness of all living things and the complex interactions that occur within ecosystems. This requires a shift away from the traditional anthropocentric view of the world, in which humans are seen as separate from and superior to nature, towards a biocentric view that recognizes the intrinsic value and worth of all living things. Some ways in which individuals and societies can work towards peace with nature include reducing carbon emissions and adopting renewable energy sources, conserving natural resources, protecting biodiversity, promoting sustainable agriculture and forestry practices, and reducing waste and pollution. Ultimately, achieving peace with nature requires a fundamental shift in our relationship with the natural world, from one of exploitation and domination to one of partnership and stewardship. It is a mindset and a way of life that recognizes the importance of living in harmony with the planet and with each other, and is essential for creating a sustainable and just future for all. Vegetarianism is a dietary choice that involves abstaining from the consumption of meat, poultry, and seafood, while still consuming other animal products such as eggs, dairy, and honey. People choose to become vegetarian for a variety of reasons, including ethical, environmental, and health concerns. Many vegetarians believe that using animals for food is unethical and that it is possible to live a healthy and fulfilling life without consuming meat. They may also argue that animal agriculture is a major contributor to environmental problems such as deforestation, water pollution, and greenhouse gas emissions. A vegetarian diet can include a wide variety of plant-based foods, such as fruits, vegetables, grains, legumes, nuts, and seeds. Vegetarians may also consume dairy products, eggs, and honey as sources of protein and other nutrients. A well-planned vegetarian diet can provide all of the necessary nutrients for a healthy lifestyle, including protein, iron, calcium, and vitamins B12 and D. However, it is important for vegetarians to carefully plan their diets to ensure that they are getting enough of these nutrients. Overall, vegetarianism is a dietary choice that seeks to minimize harm to animals and the environment, while promoting health and well-being for individuals. While it may not be the right choice for everyone, many people find that adopting a vegetarian lifestyle aligns with their values and helps them feel more connected to the world around them. Veganism is a lifestyle and dietary choice that involves abstaining from the consumption of animal products and byproducts, as well as avoiding the use of animals for any purpose, such as in clothing, entertainment, or research. People choose to become vegan for a variety of reasons, including ethical, environmental, and health concerns. Many vegans believe that using animals for food, clothing, or other purposes is unethical and that it is possible to live a healthy and fulfilling life without consuming animal products. They also argue that animal agriculture is a major contributor to environmental problems such as deforestation, water pollution, and greenhouse gas emissions. A vegan diet typically includes a variety of plant-based foods, such as fruits, vegetables, grains, legumes, nuts, and seeds. Vegan diets can provide all of the necessary nutrients for a healthy lifestyle, including protein, iron, calcium, and vitamins B12 and D. However, it is important for vegans to carefully plan their diets to ensure that they are getting enough of these nutrients. Overall, veganism is a lifestyle choice that seeks to minimize harm to animals and the environment while promoting health and well-being for individuals and the planet as a whole. While it may not be the right choice for everyone, many people find that adopting a vegan lifestyle aligns with their values and helps them feel more connected to the world around them. Ultimate liberty can be interpreted in various ways depending on cultural, philosophical, and political beliefs. However, at its core, ultimate liberty is often associated with a state of freedom that is characterized by the absence of external constraints and the fulfillment of one's individual potential. In many political and social contexts, ultimate liberty is often associated with the idea of human rights and individual freedoms, such as freedom of speech, religion, and association. These freedoms are seen as essential for personal growth, creativity, and self-expression, and are often enshrined in legal frameworks such as the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. In some philosophical and spiritual traditions, ultimate liberty is associated with the concept of free will, or the ability to make choices and act in accordance with one's own values and beliefs. This state of freedom is seen as essential for personal responsibility and growth, and is often associated with the idea of personal liberation or enlightenment. In some contexts, ultimate liberty is also associated with the idea of self-governance or self-rule, in which individuals are empowered to make decisions and take actions without external interference or coercion. This state of freedom is seen as essential for the realization of individual and collective potential, and is often associated with democratic principles and participatory governance. Overall, ultimate liberty is a concept that involves the realization of personal and collective freedoms, potentials, and responsibilities. It is a state that is characterized by the absence of external constraints and the fulfillment of individual and collective goals, and is seen as an essential aspect of human flourishing and well-being. Righteousness is a moral and ethical concept that refers to behavior that is just, virtuous, and in accordance with what is right and good. It is often associated with principles of fairness, honesty, and integrity, and is considered a fundamental aspect of many religions and ethical systems. Righteousness involves doing what is right and just, even in the face of opposition or adversity. It requires a commitment to truth, justice, and moral values, and often involves standing up for what is right, even when it is difficult or unpopular. In many religious traditions, righteousness is closely associated with a person's relationship with a higher power or divine being. It is seen as a way to demonstrate devotion and faith, and is often linked to ideas of reward and punishment in the afterlife. Overall, righteousness is a fundamental aspect of moral and ethical behavior, and is often seen as a way to create a just and fair society that values the dignity and worth of all individuals. It requires a commitment to doing what is right, even when it is challenging, and a willingness to stand up for what is just and fair. Spirituality refers to an individual's personal relationship with the divine, the sacred, or the transcendent aspects of life. It involves seeking meaning and purpose in life, as well as exploring one's inner self and connection to the world around them. Spirituality can take many different forms and may be expressed through religious beliefs and practices, meditation, prayer, yoga, or other spiritual practices. It may also involve a sense of connection to nature, community, or the universe as a whole. For many people, spirituality is a way to find meaning and purpose in life, to cope with difficult circumstances, and to experience a sense of inner peace and contentment. It may also be a way to explore deeper questions about the nature of reality, the purpose of life, and the existence of a higher power or divine being. Spirituality is often seen as distinct from religion, although the two can be closely related. While religion typically involves a set of organized beliefs and practices, spirituality is often more individual and personal, and may be expressed in a variety of ways. Spirituality is a broad concept that refers to a person's relationship with the transcendent or divine, as well as their search for meaning, purpose, and connection in life. It is often associated with religious beliefs and practices, but it can also be approached in a secular or non-religious context. Spirituality can encompass a wide range of experiences, practices, and beliefs, including connection with a higher power or divine presence, meditation, prayer, and other contemplative practices, reflection, self-examination, and self-discovery, service to others and acts of kindness and compassion, nature and the natural world as a source of inspiration and connection, inner peace, calmness, and serenity, finding meaning and purpose in life beyond material possessions and external achievements, belief in the interconnectedness of all things and the unity of the universe. Spirituality is often seen as a deeply personal and subjective experience, and people may find it in different ways and through different practices or beliefs. It can provide individuals with a sense of purpose, direction, and inner peace, and can also help them cope with difficult life events and experiences. Some people may turn to spirituality as a way to connect with a community of like-minded individuals, while others may seek it out as a way to explore their inner selves and discover new aspects of their identities. Overall, spirituality is a deeply personal and subjective experience that can provide a sense of meaning, purpose, and connection to the world around us. It can be a source of comfort and guidance, and can help individuals navigate the challenges and uncertainties of life. Transcendence refers to the idea of going beyond or surpassing the limits of ordinary human experience or understanding. It is often associated with spiritual or religious experiences, but can also be applied to other areas such as philosophy, art, and science. In a spiritual context, transcendence usually involves the idea of connecting with a higher power or divine presence, and experiencing a sense of unity or oneness with the universe. It can be achieved through practices such as meditation, prayer, or contemplation, or through experiences such as near-death experiences or mystical encounters. In philosophy, transcendence often refers to the idea of surpassing the limitations of human reason and understanding. It can involve exploring the limits of human knowledge and experience, and questioning the assumptions and beliefs that shape our understanding of the world. In art and literature, transcendence can refer to the ability of a work of art to evoke a sense of the sublime or the ineffable, and to transport the viewer or reader beyond the limitations of ordinary experience. Overall, the concept of transcendence is often associated with the idea of going beyond the ordinary or mundane, and experiencing a sense of awe, wonder, or mystery. It is a deeply subjective and personal experience, and can be approached in many different ways depending on an individual's beliefs and practices. Zen is a school of Mahayana Buddhism that originated in China during the Tang Dynasty, 618 to 907 CE, and later spread to Japan, Korea, and other parts of Asia. It emphasizes the practice of meditation as a means of achieving insight and enlightenment. The word Zen comes from the Chinese word Chan, which is derived from the Sanskrit word dhyana, meaning meditation. Zen emphasizes the practice of meditation, called zazen, as a way to cultivate mindfulness and awareness, and to gain insight into the nature of reality. Zen also places a strong emphasis on direct experience and intuition, rather than on the study of scriptures or the teachings of others. This is reflected in the use of koans, which are paradoxical statements or questions designed to provoke a shift in perception or understanding. Koans are paradoxical statements or questions used in Zen Buddhism to challenge the mind and help students attain enlightenment. They often defy rational explanation and are intended to be contemplated deeply in order to discover their meaning. Here are a few examples of koans. What is the sound of one hand clapping? This koan asks the student to consider the nature of duality and the limitations of language and conceptual thought. What was your original face before your parents were born? This koan encourages the student to look beyond their individual identity and consider the nature of the self. If you meet the Buddha on the road, kill him. This koan challenges the student to question their attachment to external authority and to look within for answers. What is the color of wind? This koan encourages the student to contemplate the nature of reality and the limitations of sensory perception. What is the meaning of life? This koan is intentionally unanswerable, challenging the student to look beyond the limitations of language and conceptual thought to find deeper truths. Overall, koans are intended to help students break free from habitual patterns of thought and perception and to awaken to a deeper, more profound understanding of reality. They are a powerful tool for meditation and contemplation and have been used for centuries to help Zen practitioners attain enlightenment. In Zen, enlightenment is not seen as a distant goal to be achieved, but rather as a present and ongoing experience that can be realized through meditation and mindfulness. Zen practice emphasizes the importance of living in the present moment, and of letting go of attachment to thoughts, emotions, and external distractions. Zen has had a significant influence on many areas of art, including calligraphy, painting, and poetry. It has also influenced martial arts such as karate and aikido, as well as modern practices such as mindfulness and cognitive behavioral therapy. Zen has become popular in the West as a way to cultivate mindfulness and inner peace in the midst of busy and stressful modern lifestyles. Achieving Zen, or experiencing a state of enlightenment, is the ultimate goal of Zen practice. However, Zen emphasizes that enlightenment cannot be achieved through intellectual understanding alone, but rather through direct experience and the cultivation of mindfulness, awareness, and compassion. The following are some key practices and principles of Zen that can help in achieving a state of Zen. Zazen meditation, zazen, or seated meditation, is the foundation of Zen practice. It involves sitting in a stable and upright posture, focusing on the breath, and observing thoughts and sensations without judgment or attachment. Regular practice of zazen can help to cultivate mindfulness, calmness, and clarity of mind. Mindfulness in daily life. Zen emphasizes the importance of bringing mindfulness to all aspects of daily life, including eating, walking, working, and interacting with others. By being fully present and attentive in each moment, one can develop a deep sense of connection with oneself and the world around them. Non-attachment. Zen encourages the practice of non-attachment, which involves letting go of clinging to thoughts, emotions, and external things. By cultivating non-attachment, one can free oneself from the suffering that arises from attachment and develop a sense of inner peace and contentment. Compassion and selflessness. Zen emphasizes the importance of compassion and selflessness in developing a sense of interconnectedness with all beings. By practicing compassion and selflessness, one can overcome the sense of separation and isolation that often accompanies the ego and develop a sense of unity and harmony with others. Achieving Zen is not a destination or a fixed state, but rather an ongoing process of growth and transformation. By incorporating these practices and principles into daily life, one can cultivate a deeper sense of inner peace, insight, and compassion. Peace can refer to a state of calm, tranquility, and harmony, both within oneself and in the world around us. It is often associated with a sense of freedom from conflict, violence, and suffering. Peace can be achieved in many different ways, depending on the context and the individual's beliefs and values. Some common approaches to achieving peace include inner peace. Inner peace refers to a state of calm, contentment, and harmony within oneself. Remembering everything is nothing simultaneously. Also focusing on hobbies is a great outlet to inner peace. Social and political action. Social and political action involves working to create a more just and equitable society, free from violence, oppression, and discrimination. This can involve advocating for human rights, supporting peaceful conflict resolution, and promoting policies that prioritize the well-being of all people. Interpersonal communication. Interpersonal communication involves learning to communicate effectively and respectfully with others, even in the midst of conflict or disagreement. This can involve practicing active listening, expressing empathy and understanding, and working to find common ground and mutual solutions. Overall, achieving peace is a multifaceted and ongoing process that requires individual and collective effort. It involves cultivating a sense of awareness, empathy, and compassion, and working to create a more harmonious and just world for all. The concept of ultimate peace varies depending on one's cultural, philosophical, and spiritual beliefs. However, in many traditions, ultimate peace is often associated with a state of spiritual enlightenment, liberation, or transcendence. For example, in Buddhism, ultimate peace is often described as nirvana or enlightenment, a state of complete liberation from suffering and the cycle of rebirth. This state is achieved through the cultivation of wisdom, morality, and meditation, and is marked by a sense of inner peace, compassion, and equanimity. In Hinduism, ultimate peace is often associated with the state of moksha, which refers to liberation from the cycle of birth and death and the attainment of union with the divine. This state is achieved through the practice of yoga, meditation, and devotion, and is marked by a sense of inner peace, joy, and unity with all beings. Overall, the concept of ultimate peace involves a profound transformation of consciousness, values, and behavior that leads to a state of harmony, love, and unity with oneself, others, and the divine. It is a state that is marked by a deep sense of inner peace, compassion, and joy, and is seen as the ultimate goal of human existence. Final message: the human race as a whole has evolved from the barbaric practices of the superstitious past into the technological wisdom era. It is time to embrace the advanced future. The time is now,